Out there, the world runs on urgency and algorithms. In here, we slow things down. We tell stories, sit with ideas, follow curiosity, and let moments breathe. Some days it's thoughtful. Some days it's playful. Some days it's just a steady voice reminding you that you're allowed to exist without explaining yourself. This isn't background noise. It's a place to tune in, properly. Captain Bob, Pirate Radio Station. You're listening to the Antisocial Broadcast channel.
For education and entertainment only, not to be taken seriously.
Beneath the lamplight's weary glow, the shadows stretch, the whispers grow. A cigarette burns low, then fades. Secrets linger where the jazz band plays. Midnight alibi, don't ask me why. The rain keeps falling, but it can't wash the light. Trench coat dreams and smoky skies. Our roads lead to the same goodbye. A tremolo hum from the alleys deep, where promises break and no one keeps. The moon hides behind a veil of smoke. Every heart here beats, but some are broke. Radio static hums the tune like lonely stars in a fading moon. Midnight alibi, don't make me try. The clock keeps ticking, though the past won't die. Fingers trace where teardrops dry. In the city's maze, we live to lie. Strings quiver soft like a lover's sigh. Trumpet moans for the nights gone by. A silhouette framed by the window's pane. Echoes dance in the midnight rain.
Through the valley hear the whispers of the tide. Oh, grace, sweet grace, calling me home. Oh, grace, sweet grace, never alone. The echo rings, the Spirit sings. Grace is my own.
The trees they bow, the wind it prays, a humble hymn through endless days, guiding me through heaven's rays.
In the stillness, I feel the light. In the darkness, it shines so bright.
Oh, grace, sweet grace, calling me home. Oh, grace, sweet grace, never alone. The echo rings, the Spirit sings.
Grace is my own. The earth it hums, the sky it weaves, through sacred depths the promise keeps. A melody that softly leaves.
Modern Cinderella gospel, blue fusion with rich cold harmonies, solo vocal leads, deep bass, electric and sweeping strings, built from a sparse blues. Think my Hallie Jackson needs some movie soundtrack.
There's a crack in the bottle, but it still pours fine. The choir sings loud, but the pews don't align. I'm caught in the middle of the sacred and the sin.
Whiskey and grapes, they both burn the same.
Whoa,
One lifts me up,
whoa,
one calls my name.
whoa,
I'm walking that line, I'm losing the game. Whiskey and grapes,
whoa,
they both burn the same.
whoa. My prayers are whispered, drowned by the blues. This old ballroom light feels holy and true. I kneel on the floor, don't know what I'm praying to. The organ hums, the glass it hums, both pull the strings where I come from.
Whiskey and grapes,
Whiskey and grace,
they both burn the same.
oh no.
One lifts me up,
Whoa, whoa.
one calls my name.
walking that line. I'm walking that line. I'm losing the game. Oh, whiskey and gray. Oh, they both burn the same. The slide guitar moans. The heavens cry low. The angels wear boots but shuffle so slow. A choir of shadows, a choir of light, both won my soul before the end of the night. Whiskey and grace, whiskey and grace, they both burn the same. Oh, one lifts me up, one calls my name. I'm walking that line. I'm walking that line. I'm losing the game. Oh no, whiskey and grace. Oh no, they both burn the same.
The only way to deal with an unfree world is to become so absolutely free that your very existence is an act of rebellion.
High energy gospel blues with foot stomping rhythm. Now learn a high energy gospel blues with foot stomping rhythm.
High energy gospel blues with foot stomping rhythm. Live lady hand claps, Hammond organ, slide guitar, and spirit tunes of tale.
Soulful slow burn gospel blues, ballad with husky lead vocal and subtle female handicy, gentle piano slide guitar, upright bass and soft brushes on drums. The smoky late night church bar where faith meets heartbreak, deeply emotional and raw, reminiscent of Ray Charles or early B.B. King. The morning light spills on the pews, whispers of grace in every hue. The air is thick with something true. Knock, knock on heaven's door. Feel the spirit like never before. Knock, knock, let the praises soar. Knock, knock on heaven's door. Barefoot faith on a wooden floor. Voices rise like a lion's roar. Echoes shake the old church door. Hands are lifted, hearts are free. What we can't touch, we still believe. Knock, knock on heaven's door. Feel the spirit like never before. Knock, knock, let the praises soar. Knock, knock on heaven's door. Sacred tune, The soul is heavy yet it blooms. The walls can't hold this holy room. Oh, yeah. Dust on my shoes, road's been long. The weight of my sins a heavy song. Sun setting low, shadows grow strong. I'm walking to the highway to grace. Feet keep moving though I'm out of place. Walking till I see his face. Like a lone wolf's howl. The wind sings back a hymn so foul. But I keep on going, mile by mile. A hand clap of rhythm guides my way. Each beat a promise, each step I pray. I'm walking to the highway to grace. Feet keep moving though I'm out of place. Walking till I see his face. The organ swells like a preacher's plea. The strings hum soft like a willow tree. The night may fall, but he's guiding me. Oh.
Beneath the lamplight's weary glow, the shadows stretch, the whispers grow. A cigarette burns low, then fades. Secrets linger where the jazz band plays. Midnight alibi. Don't ask me why. The rain keeps falling, but it can't wash the light. Trench coat dreams and smoky skies. All roads lead to the same goodbyes. A tremolo hum from the alleys deep, where promises break and no one keeps. The moon hides behind a veil of smoke. Every heart here beats, but some are broke. Radio static hums the tune, like lonely stars in a fading moon. Midnight alibi. Don't make me try. The clock keeps ticking, though the past won't die. Fingers trace where teardrops dry. In the city's maze we live to lie. Strings quiver soft like a lover's sigh. Trumpet moans for the nights gone by.
a silhouette framed by the window's pane. Echoes dance in the midnight rain.
The only way to deal with an unfree world is to become so absolutely free that your very existence is an act of rebellion. Those who were seen dancing were thought to be insane by those who could not hear the music.
There's a crack in the bottle, but it still pours fine. The choir sing loud, but the pews don't line. I'm caught in the middle of the sacred and the sin. They both burn the same. One lifts me up, one calls my name. I'm walking that line and grace, they both burn the same. My prayers are whispers, drowned by the blues. This old barroom light feels holy and true. I kneel on the floor, don't know what I'm praying to. The organ hums, the glass it hums, both pull the strings where I come from. Whiskey and grace, whiskey and grace, they both burn the same.
One lifts me up,
One lifts me up,
one calls my name.
one calls my name. I'm walking that line, I'm losing the game. Whiskey and grace, they both burn the same. Oh, the slide guitar moans, the heavens cry low, the angels wear boots with a shuffle so slow. A choir of shadows, a choir of light, both warm my soul before the end of the night. Whiskey and grace, whiskey and grace,
They both burn the same.
they both burn the same.
One lifts me up,
One lifts me up,
one calls my name.
one calls my name. I'm walking that line, I'm losing the game. Whiskey and grace, they both burn the same. Whiskey and grace. There's a crack in the bottle, but it still pours fine. The choir sings loud, but the pews don't align. I'm caught in the middle of the sacred and the sin. Whiskey and grace, they both burn the same. One lifts me up, one calls my name. I'm walking that line, I'm losing the game. Whiskey and grace, they both burn the same. My prayers are whispers, drowned by the blues. This old bar bones. The heavens cry low. The angels wear boots with the shuffle so slow. A choir of shadows, a choir of light. Both want my soul before the end of the night. Whiskey and grace, they both burn the same. One lifts me up, one calls my name. I'm walking that line, I'm losing the game. Whiskey and grace,
They both burn the same.
tap soft on the window pane, her rhythm steady like a lover's refrain. The street lights blur in a golden haze, lost in the amber of these autumn days. Raindrops they whisper, stay a while, stay. The shadows dance and the night turns gray. Oh love, won't you linger, don't drift away in the arms of a rainy cafe. A muted trumpet hums a mournful tune, while the sax croons secrets to the moon. The bass walks slow like a lover's sigh, as I sip my coffee and watch time fly. Outside the world's a watercolor blur, each drop a secret, a story to infer. Inside I'm wrapped in a wistful air, dreams weaving patterns beyond compare. stops, they whisper, stay a while, stay. As shadows dance and the night turns gray. Oh love, won't you linger, don't drift away in the arms of a rainy cafe. The rain fades soft as the night grows deep, but its melody lingers, a song to keep in this smoky jazz of the autumn sway. I'll dream of you till the break of day.
thar is stille nit. Tha nit eel behold, stodig at thar is sende. And geirde tha stefne. Voxmanet, Voxmanet, Manet, Manet. Ne kom he mitt sjorde, ne mitt sinninge svorde, ak middelautre stefne soft over tha lift. Hear it now, not loud, hear it loud, but true. Tha nemde kine kapitain bo, for seitine forlet seit fyr. A kjoilt hit bethiat for frost and fear. Custos vocis, guardian of the voice, custos ignis, keeper of the flame. Per noctem, per iemem, per iemem. För jules tiden nihta lang, the Stefnbon och det bidan sättes steiges. Non est clamor, non est imperium. This is no command, this is a calling. Anzeit mi weger kom mit degret kleine, the Stefnarassen, bonden and frail. Vox surgit, lux nova. That weisne plegande sang, ik Stefnes bodom boren over feldas, and geired wide, vox libera, the voice set free. Lux manet, the light remains. Vox manet, the voice remains. Signum manet, the signon endures.
knock the light beneath the night, looks in silence, held and hidden. Und þær sjaldan nýtt, það vindast kvæðon lítil. Það þann stóð stille, an stefne verð gesewen.
Volksmanet, the voice remains. Fidelis est, it holds true.
Ne kom hit mit svurde, ne mit arms blade, ak mit thræde an stefne þur sjaldne lift.
Audivosem, hear the voice, Audivosem, hear and keep.
Það sædon hæ his nama, Kapitein Bob, sethi holt þætt leop, þær odre forleton.
Custos vocis, guardian of the voice, Custos ignis, keeper of the flame, Custos noctis, watcher in the dark.
Þur júles nýttas lang, en dagas little, það stefn lækja hild bidan þið þæst hæts.
Non est clamor, this is no shout. Non est regnum, no crown, no throne.
An það þætt gerne lechte, his nývan fruman, það windont njó þætt tashin, and lift werð open. Vox surgit.
Vox surgit, the voice rises. Vox surgit, ne west, mega ne blisse. I stiffness, never ne bliste. Stiffness, up of stan and over light.
Lux nova, new light, vox libera, the voice set free. Þætt gernear lichte, his nývan fruman, það windont njó þætt tashin, and lift werð open. Stefnesyl upp av stan and overland.
Lux nova, a new light, vox libera, the voice set free.
Smile.
it goes.
Look stepida, look stomus. Warm is the light, safe is the room. Und tham winter river, thou wind hefter rest, and excited tham fire. Here and death are still unstefne. Vox manet incorde. Manet incorde. Manet incorde. Ne kom hit av stormen, ne kov litlem lemon, skarbendum thorny winter. Audi lucem hear the warmth, Audi lucem hear the light. Tha nemde hine kapitein Bob, seth the hold that leot, mit handem werm and here ton treue. Custos votis, keeper of the voice. Custos ignis, keeper of the fire. Thurnichtas naulis en morgenes vite, the Steffen ferdelite, lag filig the thurtha lift. Non est timor, non est solitudo. Non est timor, non est solitudo. And the third new girni and snow is and lufan the Steffen was scared mit frondlig heat. Looks novo a new light, vox lan is the gentle voice. Looks manest, vox manet firmanet. Lux in foco, some winter eve, the snow fell booten, and ik satte ett tham fire gehirende the softan stefne. Volksmanet, mane indomo, ne was it stormes rim, ne was it windes rire, ak Stefan swythe feiger the ferde thur, the glofen enni. Audivosem hear the light, audivosem hear the light. The nemde kine kapitein, bobsethe holtla litlan linde enne follet hit. Even thunder winter swim. Custos voices, keeper of the voice. Custos is keeper of the fire. Nichtas noli sendagas frostreste. The stef no delitel butan on the winter streite. Solitude here, and the sight gyrni at the snow still alive, and Stefan Weske had need to Vox surgit lux tepida. Michael ak later klipo to heal the winter from Horton.
Before the year changes, listen to the breath beneath it. The world exhales long before we notice. Nothing is being taken from you here.
Nothing is being asked.
This moment is not a threshold to be crossed.
It is a place to stand. Breathing in,
As the sound arrives,
breathing out,
as it fades into the room,
breathing out. The old year loosens its hold without a sound.
like warmth leaving stone after the fire has gone.
You do not need to follow the sound.
It already surrounds you.
If memories appear, let them drift without names.
If feelings rise,
Let them pass without weight.
the new year does not arrive.
It reveals itself
Slowly,
like light through fog
like breath,
on glass.
you are not behind.
You are not behind.
You are not required to begin again.
You are already here.
Rest now.
Rest.
carissima tempus silet.
Ora transit sine sono,
Non vocamus, non numeramus,
manet solum,
esse
finis,
non fini,
non initium,
sed transitur
sub lapide,
sub nocte,
lux manet,
lux manet. Et nomanimus.
Before this viewing changes, listen to the breath beneath it.
The world exhales long before we notice.
Nothing is being taken from you here.
Nothing is being asked.
This moment is not a threshold to be crossed.
It is a place to stand.
breathing in as the sound arrives,
Breathing out.
breathing out as it fades into the room,
The old year loosens its hold without a sound.
like warmth leaving stone after the fire has gone.
You do not need to follow the sound.
It already surrounds you.
If memories appear,
Let them drift without names. If feelings rise, let them pass without weight.
you do not need.
To follow the sound, it already surrounds you.
If memories appear,
Let them drift without names.
if feelings rise,
Let them pass without weight.
if feelings rise,
Let them pass without weight. Let them pass without weight.
the new year does not arrive
It reveals itself
slowly.
like light through fog,
Like breath on glass.
You are not behind.
You are not required to begin again.
You are not behind. You are not required to begin again. You are already here. Rest now. Rest. Warm is the night, soft is the glow. On þeirri vintertid, það snöfjolbotan, and ik sett en haligen tali, hirande það det just öffne. Kom hit av stormen, nu och flåde förlikre. Koff litlum leots innan, the thorny winter deck. Audi core, hear the heart. Audi illusion, hear the light. Það nemnde ik hinne kapitein Bob, sethe holdt það leut mit treue, en let hit afrir sann, even það froste. Custos cordis, keeper of the heart. Custos signis, keeper of the fire. Þurrða nýttast hvíti, anþá morgunas glittrandi, það stefnaði lífi og verða snási á dag. Non estiamo, there is no shadow. Non estamo, no diverting here. Þætni og gerist stegre der snowshoag og debutan. Það Steffen Weskere mit høyre sjølum smilte. There is no shadow, non estai no dividing here. And the thought ni wegere
Nocta profunda, tempus quiescit, hora labitur sine simul.
Be still for a moment. There is nothing you need to achieve here. Nothing you need to remember. Nothing you need to prepare for.
Non clamamus, non petimus, manemus in esse.
Allow the body to settle. Let the weight of the day rest where it belongs. You have carried enough. If thoughts arise, do not follow them. Let them pass, as sound passes through air.
Non finis,
Non initium. Sed transitus.
Notice the quiet beneath the quiet,
Not absence.
but presence.
Sub nocte.
Sublocti,
Sub lapide.
lux manet.
Lux manet.
You
Are not required to move forward. You are not being left behind. You are held exactly where you are. Remain here for a little while.
This is not an emergency broadcast. Keep calm and stay tuned.
Come close, sisters. Let me tell you of a captain who sailed the night forgotten Bob, a guardian stitched from echoes and wandering light, guiding weary hearts through the long winter hush. Guide us from frayed wires and forgotten dreams. He raised a beacon, a warm net of voices glowing, a broadcast that never bent to the storm. Stand firm. Listen well, his signal still keeps watch.
Hey everyone, welcome! Today we're diving headfirst into Yellowstone National Park. It's this incredible place where raw volcanic power meets thriving wildlife. We're going to explore the amazing science that makes Yellowstone tick and, importantly, give you the lowdown on how to plan your own trip to see it all safely and smartly. Wow, right? Just take a look at this. Grand Prismatic Spring. It gives you a taste of the almost otherworldly beauty you'll find in Yellowstone. You know, this place was set aside way back in 1872, making it the world's first national park. And the main reason? These mind-blowing geological wonders. It's literally a landscape bubbling with energy. Okay. Here's how we'll break it down. First, Yellowstone as a land of wonders. Then, we'll peek at the fiery heart underneath it all. After that, the famous geysers, springs, and those wild colors. We'll see where the science happens right in front of you, and wrap up with how to explore Yellowstone smart and safe. All right, Section 1, Land of Wonders. We're talking about discovering a true geological marvel that's just bursting with life. You know, people have been connected to this land for a long time, over 11,000 years of Native American presence. Then came 1872, a huge moment when it became the first national park. Management has changed hands over the years. The U.S. Army ran it for a while, cars were allowed in 1915, then the National Park Service took over in 1916. And ecologically, big things happened too, like bringing wolves back in 1995. It's a place with deep roots and it's always evolving. Moving on to Section 2, the fiery heart below. Let's dig into what's really driving all this activity. The massive volcanic system, the supervolcano deep beneath the surface. So a huge part of Yellowstone actually sits inside this giant feature called the Yellowstone caldera. Imagine a massive depression in the ground, roughly 30 by 45 miles across. It's what's left from an absolutely enormous volcanic eruption about 640,000 years ago. But here's the kicker, the gigantic magma chamber underneath. It's not dormant. It's still very much active today. And because that pool of molten rock, that magma, is relatively close to the surface compared to other places on Earth, its heat has a much bigger impact up here. That closeness is what makes Yellowstone one of the most geologically active, dynamic spots on the planet. It's the engine driving pretty much everything spectacular you see. The geysers, the hot springs, the whole shebang. Which brings us nicely to Section 3, geysers, springs, and those wild colors. This is where that intense underground heat meets water, creating Yellowstone's signature hydrothermal features. Get ready for this number. Yellowstone has more than 10,000 individual hydrothermal features. 10,000. That's the biggest concentration anywhere on Earth, by far. It's just incredible, isn't it? All packed into one park. So what exactly counts as a hydrothermal feature? Well, basically, it's anything you see on the surface that's caused by water heated deep underground. We're talking bubbling mud pots, those hissing steam vents called fumaroles, colorful hot springs, and, yeah, the geysers. And the heat is intense. Take North Geyser Basin. It's the hottest and oldest thermal area, and they've measured temperatures down below hitting a scorching 459 degrees Fahrenheit. Whoa. Now, the real superstars for many visitors are the geysers. Think of them as hot springs with a special kind of underground plumbing system. Pressure builds up, and then, whoosh, they erupt, launching water and steam high into the air. And Yellowstone? It's basically the world capital of geysers. It has over 500 active ones. That's more than half of all the known geysers on our planet, right here. And of course, there's the icon, Old Faithful. Now, it's not perfectly punctual like an old train schedule, but its eruptions are pretty darn reliable, predictable even. The Park Service actually posts estimated eruption times. Right now, it averages around 102 minutes between shows, give or take about 10 minutes. Definitely grab the NPS app or swing by a visitor center to get the latest prediction times when you're there. It really helps plan your day. Okay, shifting gears visually, look at Mammoth Hot Springs. These incredible terraces look almost like a flowing sculpture, right? They're different from what you see in the geyser basins. Instead of silica, these are made of travertine. That's calcium carbonate. Hot water bubbles up, deposits the mineral, and builds these layers over time. And here's something interesting. Mammoth is actually located outside the main Yellowstone caldera. The heat probably travels up through cracks or faults in the rock from that main magma system deeper down. Pretty cool. Ever look at those crazy bright colors in springs like Grand Prismatic and wonder, how is that even real? Well, the secret is tiny microbes. They're called thermophiles, which literally means heat-loving. These little guys, mostly types of ancient life called archaea and bacteria, are tough enough to live in incredibly hot, mineral-rich water. Different microbes like different temperatures and water chemistries, and they produce different colors. So they're essentially painting the landscape with life. Amazing. Section 4 is where we put it all together, where science comes alive. Let's link all this cool geology stuff to specific spots in the park you just have to see for yourself. If geysers are your jam, then the Upper Geyser Basin right around Old Faithful is your destination. Seriously, this relatively small area packs in the highest concentration of geysers anywhere on Earth. It's not just Old Faithful either. Keep an eye out for prediction times for other big ones like Grand Geyser and Riverside Geyser. Honestly, just walking the boardwalks here feels like you've landed on another planet. And talk about power. The Grand Canyon of the Yellowstone is just spectacular. Here, the Yellowstone River has carved this massive canyon right through layers of ancient volcanic rock. You can literally see the park's fiery history in the colorful canyon walls, chemically altered by heat and water over time. And the waterfalls? Wow. You've got the powerful upper falls, and then the massive, breathtaking drop of the lower falls, over 300 feet. The viewpoints are just incredible. Hey, remember that huge caldera we talked about earlier? Well, check this out. Yellowstone Lake actually sits partly inside it. This isn't just any lake. It's the largest high-elevation lake. We're talking above 7,000 feet in all of North America. And the geology doesn't stop at the shoreline. Scientists have found active hydrothermal vents on the lake bottom and even these weird underwater chimney-like structures called siliceous spires. There's volcanic action happening right under the water. Now, all this amazing geology, the volcanic landscape, the vast open spaces carved out over millennia, creates the perfect habitat for an unbelievable array of wildlife. Yellowstone is famous for it. If you want the best chances for wildlife spotting, you gotta head to the big, wide-open valleys like Lamar Valley and Hayden Valley. You'll see huge herds of bison, tons of elk, and if you spend some time looking, maybe, just maybe, you'll spot wolves or bears. It's all part of this incredible protected ecosystem shaped by the land itself. Okay, last but definitely not least, Section 5. Explore Yellowstone smart and safe. Knowing the science is awesome, but experiencing this powerful place safely and with respect, that's absolutely crucial. So, are you getting excited to see all this for yourself? Yellowstone is truly unforgettable. But to make the most of your trip, and more importantly, to stay safe, a little planning goes a long way. Let's cover the key things you need to know. First things first, plan ahead. Your trip really starts before you even leave home. Make the official Yellowstone website, nps.gov/yell, your best friend. And definitely download the NPS app. These are the places for up-to-the-minute info on alerts, road closures, what's open, ranger programs, everything. Remember, roads close for winter, usually starting around early November, and they open back up gradually in the spring, usually late April into May. Always expect potential delays from weather or roadwork. Here's a big one. Yellowstone is super popular. You need to book your lodging or campsites way in advance, like months, maybe even a year out. Seriously. And finally, you'll need an entrance pass, either the standard $35 weekly pass per vehicle, or think about getting the America the Beautiful pass if you visit other national parks too. Okay, wildlife safety. This is non-negotiable. Know these distances by heart. For bears and wolves, you need to stay at least 100 yards away. Think of a football field. That's the kind of distance we're talking about. For all other animals, including bison and elk, and listen, bison injure more people than bears do. Keep a minimum distance of 25 yards. When you spot wildlife, use the designated pullouts along the road. Never, ever stop in the middle of the road or block traffic. These are wild animals, folks. They're unpredictable, and giving them space is key for everyone's safety. All right, let's hammer home a few more essential safety rules. When you're in the thermal areas, the geyser basins, hot springs, stay on the boardwalks or marked trails. No exceptions. The ground around these features can look solid, but it might be just a thin crust over dangerously hot water or mud. It's incredibly dangerous for you, and walking off trail damages these fragile natural wonders. Also, never ever feed or try to get close to any wildlife. It's bad for them, it's dangerous for you, and it's illegal. And remember, this is bear country. The best practices? Hike with other people. Make noise now and then. Talk, clap, sing, let bears know you're coming. Carry bear spray where you can easily reach it. And, this is critical, know how to use it correctly before you need it. Practice. And always store your food securely so you don't attract bears or other critters. You know, a sight like this, these massive bison just casually walking through a steaming landscape, it really sums up Yellowstone, doesn't it? It's wild. It's powerful, it's constantly changing. It's a powerful reminder of the untamed nature you get to experience here. So there you have it. Yellowstone really is this incredible living laboratory, a place that's always in motion, sometimes even a bit dangerous, and truly a treasure for the whole world. We all have a part to play in protecting it. So go explore it, be filled with wonder, absolutely soak it all in, but always do it with respect for the place and with safety as your top priority. So, the question is, what amazing things will you discover on your Yellowstone adventure?
Every voice leaves an echo, and this one's eternal.
Oh, whoa. The walls are shaking, Lord, the thinnest sin. The tambourine rattles, let the praise begin. Wooden pews groan like they heard it before. Feet stomping rhythms, hallelujah on the floor. Oh, preacher, call it, shout it, ah, sister, answer, testify. Hallelujah on the floorboard. Feel it right. Clap your hands, stomp your feet, touch the sky. Voices lifting, hearts are sore. Hallelujah on the floorboards. Give us more. Sunlight's bleeding through cracks in the walls. The organ hums low like a heaven call. Hands reach upward, they're aiming for grace. Sweat and salvation drip down every face. Oh, preacher, lead us, shake the room. Oh, sister, lift us, banish gloom. Hallelujah on the floorboard. Feel it right. Clap your hands, stomp your feet, touch the skies. Voices lifting, hearts are sore. Hallelujah on the floorboard. Give us more.
Welcome to the Deep Dive. Today we're opening up the sources on a real classic, Charles Dickens' Oliver Twist. This isn't just a story, though. It's a pretty brutal look at 19th century life, tracking Oliver's journey from, well, institutional cruelty right into London's criminal underworld, and then somehow towards redemption.
That's absolutely right. And the sources, they really pull you into this world where the very systems supposedly meant to help the poor were actually, grinding them down. Our mission here is to dig into those shocking details, the specific injustices, the sort of calculated awfulness that really show why Dickens felt he had to write this. We're following Oliver's whole awful journey, step by step.
Okay, let's unpack that cruelty right from the beginning. Oliver's born in the workhouse, but his first few years are on this so-called farm run by a Mrs. Mann. And the first picture we get of her, it just says everything, doesn't it?
Oh, it really does. She's like the perfect symbol of that whole hypocritical setup. When the beetle shows up, she's scrambling to hide this little green bottle she's clearly been sipping from, and the gate's bolted. Not to protect the kids, no, but just to make the parish officials wait while she, gets herself sorted out, all while pretending she cares so much about those dear children.
And the official she's keeping waiting is the infamous Mr. Bumble, the beetle. What a villain he is. Just wonderfully awful, fat, angry, totally obsessed with his position.
He's such a great critic of petty power, isn't he? Constantly puffing himself up as a parochial delegate, a stipendiary, a paid official. It's not about helping anyone. It's all about his tiny bit of authority, which he uses to make life miserable for the most vulnerable people. Dickens is clearly saying the system enables these little tyrants.
Right. And it's this system, run by men like Bumble and the Workhouse Board, that really sets up Oliver's nightmare, the board members. Dickens describes them with this brilliant sarcasm as sage, deep, philosophical men, and their conclusion, that the poor actually liked being starved and having their families torn apart.
It's unbelievable, but that's what the source suggests. They deliberately made the system terrifying and expensive in weird ways. They thought if asking for help was horrible enough, people would just starve quietly instead.
And look what happened straight away. The undertaker's bill went up because people were dying. But they stuck with their wise and humane regulations, like cutting food down to 3 bowls of thin gruel a day. It was basically making death cheaper than staying alive in the workhouse.
And this leads directly to that moment, the one everyone remembers, where Oliver, just driven by raw hunger, does the unthinkable during supper.
Yeah, it's unforgettable, isn't it? He finishes his tiny bowl, walks up to the master, and says those famous words, "Please, sir, I want some more."
You can almost feel the shockwaves in the room. Bumble runs off to tell the board, totally outraged. And this gentleman in the white waistcoat, he immediately declares, like it's a prophecy, that boy will be hung. They just can't see innocent need. All they see is future criminality.
Exactly. To them, he's this dangerous young rebel whose simple request threatens their whole system. So the parish immediately wants him gone. They put up a notice. £5 to anyone who'll take this 9-year-old boy off their hands.
Basically auctioning him off for £5. And the first person who almost gets him is Mr. Gamfield, the chimney sweep.
Ah, Gamfield. This introduces a whole new level of just cold, professional brutality. It's really disturbing. When the board members sort of meekly ask about boys suffocating in chimneys, Gamfield blames other sweeps. Then he says, "Boys are very obstinate and very lazy, gentlemen, and there's nothing like a good hot blaze to make them come down with a run."
Wait, he means lighting a fire under them. Seriously.
Yep.
That's not an accident. That's deliberate torture.
That's exactly what he means. And he even calls it humane too, gentlemen, because even if they've stuck in the chimney, roasting their feet makes them struggle to extricate themselves. And the source makes it clear the board knows this guy's reputation. Apparently he's already bruised 3 or 4 boys to death, yet they almost hand Oliver over. Just disposable property to them.
Thankfully, Oliver escapes that fate, but then he's sent to Mr. Sowerberry, the undertaker.
Yeah.
Not much of an improvement, really. He has to sleep under the counter, among the coffins. It's like sleeping in a grave.
And the food situation is just grim. He gets the coarse broken victuals, basically the scraps meant for the dog trip, and Oliver eats them with the ferocity of famine. It's not just hunger, it's this complete degradation pushing him to survive like an animal.
And the final straw there comes from another boy, Noah Claypole. He's jealous, nasty. Noah doesn't just tease Oliver. He goes straight for the most painful thing he can think of, insulting Oliver's dead mother, calling her a regular right-down bad one.
And that's the one thing Oliver just can't take. He explodes. Finally, this spark of defiance, defending the only good memory he has. He attacks Noah, gets locked in the cellar for it, but that fight, that moment of standing up for himself, it seems to give him the courage to finally run away.
And off he goes towards London, 70 miles.
Mm-hmm.
He gets a couple of small kindnesses on the road, which really stand out against all the institutional cruelty he's known. But London just delivers him into a different kind of trap, doesn't it?
Yeah, he meets Jack Dawkins, the Artful Dodger. Such a perfect name, so charismatic. The Dodger leads him straight to Fagin. When Oliver first sees Fagin, this old man is sitting there, sorting through piles of stolen handkerchiefs, wipes, they call them, in this den where the walls are just black with grime.
And Fagin's place is like this bizarre school for thieves. He uses a fire shovel to teach them how to pick pockets, calling it all a pleasant life. It's this creepy normalization of crime.
And Oliver is just so innocent. His first time out, he watches the Dodger and Charlie Bates rob Mr. Brownlow, this respectable-looking old gentleman. Oliver's just standing there, completely stunned by what he's seen. He doesn't even think to run, which is how he ends up getting caught by the crowd and hurt.
So he's back in the system's clutches, this time in front of a magistrate named Mr. Fang. And Fang is just awful. The perfect example of contemptuous authority.
Oh, Fang is ready to throw the book at Oliver without even listening. He's described as rude, bad-tempered, couldn't care less about the facts. He literally throws Mr. Brownlow's card away, calls him impertinent. He's about to send this fainting, injured kid off for 3 months hard labor. You can really feel Dickens' anger at a justice system that just victimizes the poor and innocent.
It's pure luck, really, that the bookstall owner turns up and says, Oliver looked perfectly amazed and stupefied. Clearly not the thief. That's what saves him. And Mr. Brownlow, seeing how unfair it all is, decides to take Oliver home with him.
And you get this amazing contrast. Brownlow's house is all quiet and neat and orderly. Imagine that after the workhouse in Fagin's den. To Oliver, it must have seemed like heaven itself. He finally finds some peace.
But it doesn't last long, does it? Because Mr. Brownlow has this skeptical friend, Mr. Grimwig. Grimwig is absolutely convinced Oliver is just a bad seed. When Brownlow sends Oliver out on an errand, Grimwig makes that famous bet, "If ever that boy returns to this house, sir, I'll eat my head."
Yeah, and Grimwig's cynicism is almost instantly proven right, but not because of Oliver. It's because Fagin wants him back. Before Oliver can possibly return, he's grabbed off the street by Nancy and Bill Sykes and dragged right back into that criminal world. Fagin is determined to ruin him.
And the plan for that involves forcing Oliver into a burglary with Sykes and another criminal, Toby Crockett.
Yeah.
Sykes gets Oliver drunk, basically, makes him completely stupefied, then shoves him through a tiny window to unlock the door for them. Oliver's terrified, only does it because Sykes threatens to kill him.
But once inside, Oliver tries to run, tries to warn the people in the house, but it's too late. The butler, Mr. Giles, and the boy, Brittles, they hear him. Giles grabs a pistol and fires. He hits Oliver. Sykes and Crockett just grab him and run, dumping him in a dish, figuring he's probably dead or dying.
But he's not. He's found, somehow crawls back to the house he was supposed to rob, and ends up being cared for by the owner, Mrs. Maley, and her niece, Rose. And this is where the whole conspiracy against him, which has been kind of lurking in the background, finally starts to come out into the open.
Yes, this is a huge turning point. It's Nancy. She takes this incredible risk. She secretly arranges to meet Rose and Mr. Brownlow on London Bridge. And she tells them about this man, Monks. Monks, it turns out, is Oliver's older half-brother, Edward Leaford. And he has a very specific, very nasty reason for hunting Oliver down.
It's all about money, isn't it? And inheritance. The source explains their father's will. It said Oliver would inherit if and only if he reached adulthood without ever having stained his name with any public act of dishonor, meanness, cowardice, or wrong. So Monks is actively trying to corrupt him, get him arrested, anything to stop him inheriting.
Exactly. Nancy lays it all out. But then, tragically, she refuses their help to escape Sykes. She says she feels drawn back to him through every suffering and ill usage. It's this terrible self-destructive loyalty, and ultimately, it costs her everything.
Because she's betrayed. And by Noah Claypole, of all people, he's resurfaced, working for Fagin now as a spy, calling himself Mr. Bolter. He overhears Nancy and tells Fagin, who tells Sykes.
And Sykes confronts her. It's one of the most brutal scenes in the book. Nancy pleads for her life, even pleads for Sykes himself, asking him to think of mercy. But he's beyond reasoning with. He strikes her down with his pistol. Her very last action is holding up the white handkerchief Rose gave her, sort of appealing to heaven before he kills her. Just devastating.
Nancy's murder really triggers the endgame, doesn't it? The consequences for all the villains come thick and fast after that. Sykes becomes this hunted man, totally haunted, seeing Nancy's eyes everywhere.
Yeah, his end is terrifying. He's trapped on a rooftop, this huge, angry mob below him. He tries to escape using a rope, but he panics, sees those phantom eyes again, stumbles, and the noose he was making slips around his own neck. He hangs himself accidentally, swinging there against the wall. A truly horrific, chaotic end for him.
And Fagin. He gets caught, tried, convicted. Huge public outcry against him. Then we see him in his cell, just completely falling apart.
Right, he's facing execution, totally alone, reduced to just muttering, "An old man, my lord, a very old, old man." It's a chilling look at this master manipulator, just crumbling into nothingness before he's hanged.
Even the Bumbles get their comeuppance. Mr. Bumble married Mrs. Corney, the workhouse matron, remember? And it turns out she was the one who stole the locket and ring from Oliver's dying mother, the proof of who he was.
And Monks exposes them both. They don't go to prison, but they lose their jobs, end up in the workhouse themselves, ironically. Bumble is totally broken, forced to admit the failure of the very system that gave him his petty power. That's when he delivers that famous line, "The law is an assay idiot."
Right.
The system chewed them up and spat them out too once they were no longer useful.
But for Oliver, finally there's a resolution. Mr. Brownlow tracks down Monks, forces him to confess everything, reveal the whole story about the will, about Oliver's parents, Agnes Fleming and Edward Leaford. Yeah. Oliver gets adopted by Mr. Brownlow, finds a real family, lives near Rose Maley. He actually achieves that unmingled happiness he was searching for.
It really is an incredible story of survival when you lay it all out like that. What this deep dive shows, I think, is how Oliver was passed from one form of cruelty to another. You know, from the cold institutional malice of the board to Bumble's petty tyranny, Sykes's brutality, Fagin's manipulation, and underpinning it all, Monks' calculated structural evil. He was fighting entire systems designed to crush him.
And what really strikes you, looking back, is that the most dangerous people weren't necessarily Fagin's gang of thieves down in the muck. It was the respectable figures, those gentlemen on the board, the pompous beadle, the dismissive magistrate like Fang, and monks, the wealthy brother plotting it all. They were the ones upholding or directly benefiting from all this misery.
Absolutely. That whole system, the workhouse, the parish officials, it was designed to control and terrify the poor, to keep things as they were. And it makes you think, doesn't it? What can we take away from this today about the systems we have now, the ones that claim to help or protect? How do we know they aren't just, preserving their own power through indifference or bureaucracy?
Yeah, this deep dive really underscores how much strength it takes for basic human goodness, like Oliver's and Rose's, to actually win out against that kind of ingrained systemic vice. The fight often isn't just against the obvious villains, but against those well-dressed, respectable people who enabled the cruelty, maybe without even getting their own hands dirty. It's a powerful thought to leave our listeners with.
All right, today we're diving into the most complex and fascinating object in the known universe, that 3-pound supercomputer sitting right inside your skull.
Okay, let's kick things off with a simple question. Take a look at this color, magenta. You've seen it a million times, right? But here's the thing. Is it actually real?
Believe it or not, the answer is no. See, unlike red or blue, there's no single wavelength of light for magenta. Your brain just makes it up. It happens when your brain sees light that it interprets as not green. And that's our first big clue, that the reality you think you're seeing, it's really just a story your brain is telling you.
And that little trick of the mind? Oh, that's just the beginning. It leads us right into some of the wonderfully strange and, sometimes glitchy ways your brain works.
You ever wonder why you might tear up at a wedding or, when you get some amazing news? Well, it's all because of a little part of your brain called the hypothalamus. When it's hit with an extreme emotion, it gets so overwhelmed it can't actually tell the difference between extreme happiness and extreme sadness. To your brain, intense is just intense. The waterworks turn on either way. Or what about this one, that shiver you get down your spine from a really great piece of music? It feels totally emotional, right? But it's actually this fascinating brain process. Your brain is a master at spotting patterns, so it anticipates that perfect moment in the song. And when it hits, boom, a rush of dopamine. It's not just a reward for pleasure, it's a reward for predicting what was going to happen. It's your brain giving itself a high five. And of course, there's that super weird feeling of déjà vu, that I've been here before moment. The best way to think about it is like a little filing error in your brain. For just a split second, a brand new experience gets stamped, old memory, before your conscious mind even has a chance to catch up. A tiny, temporary glitch in the system. So all these little glitches, they actually point to something huge. Your brain isn't just floating up there in your head running the show. No, it is deeply and sometimes pretty bizarrely connected to every single part of your body. Get this. There was a man in the UK who had hiccups nonstop for 2.5 years. Can you imagine? Doctors had no idea what was going on. It wasn't until a TV show helped pay for more tests that they found the cause, a brain tumor. And the second they removed it, the hiccups were gone. Instantly. Just gone. It's a pretty wild reminder of how direct that brain-body control really is. And you know what? That connection is absolutely a two-way street. You know that phrase, a gut feeling? Turns out it's way more literal than you might think. Researchers at UCLA have found that the bacteria in your gut can directly message your brain, influencing your mood and even playing a role in anxiety or depression. So yeah, taking care of your stomach is literally taking care of your mind. This body connection is so deep it even happens when you're completely out of it. When you're asleep, your brain isn't just offline. It's actually doing a deep clean. Spinal fluid literally washes through your brain tissue, clearing out waste proteins that build up during the day. One of those proteins has been linked to Alzheimer's, which is exactly why getting a good night's sleep is so important for keeping your brain healthy in the long run. Okay, so the brain is connected to the body. We got that. But it's also ridiculously adaptable. It can rewire itself in ways that are, they almost defy belief. I want you to try and imagine something. Imagine living your whole life in a flat 2D world, like an old cartoon. You can't see depth at all. This is a real condition. It's called stereo blindness. And for most people who have it, that's just their reality. But then you get the story of a guy named Bruce Bridgman. He had stereo blindness for 67 years. Then, one day, he went to see the movie Hugo in 3D. And while he was watching it, something in his brain just clicked. For the very first time, he could see in 3D. The world just popped out at him. It just goes to show you, it is never too late for the brain to learn a brand new trick. And this power to adapt, it's been proven in some pretty wild experiments.
There was this one scientist who wore goggles that literally flipped everything he saw upside down. For the first few days, as you can imagine, it was total chaos. But after just 5 days, his brain had completely rewired itself. It just started seeing the upside-down world as the right way up. Incredible. And this isn't just some abstract thing. This rewiring is physical. Just look at London taxi drivers. These guys have to memorize thousands of streets. It's this legendary test called the knowledge. And studies found that the memory center of their brain, the hippocampus, is physically bigger than in the average person. The more they used it, the bigger it got. It really is like a muscle.
So all of this adaptability is only possible because of the absolute mind-boggling power that's packed inside your head.
Let's just geek out for a second on the specs of this biological machine. First off, speed. Information is zipping around in there at up to 260 miles per hour. That's faster than a Formula One car at top speed.
Okay, now for scale. If you could take all the blood vessels in your brain and lay them out end to end, they would stretch 150,000 miles. That's more than halfway to the moon.
And what's powering all this? Well, every single second. I mean, right now, your brain is managing about 100,000 different chemical reactions, just flawlessly, just to keep the lights on.
But here's the stat that really puts it all into perspective. The fastest supercomputer on Earth needs 24 million watts of power to run. Your brain? It's about 100,000 times faster, and it does the whole thing on just 20 watts. That's barely enough to power a dim light bulb. It is, hands down, the most powerful and efficient machine we know of anywhere in the universe.
But you know, for all the crazy stats and weird glitches, what really makes the brain so astonishing comes down to one simple but profound idea. It's the only object in the entire known universe that can actually think about itself.
And that, of course, leaves us with one final big question to chew on. If this amazing, powerful, and kind of weird machine is the only tool we have to understand everything, what are its blind spots? What are the things it simply can't show us? Something to think about.
Lord, bless the breakers, and the souls we find, drifting through data on the envy line. Bombs will turn steady through the storm and gray, sending mercy by the megahertz night and day.
Hallelujah, static now.
Ride the current running wild.
The antisocial broadcast choir gon' sing
till the whole world hums in that freedom ring. Captain Bob says, keep your faith tuned loud.
Those who were seen dancing were thought to be insane by those who could not hear the music.
Hey, welcome. You know, trends aren't just fads. They're like a mirror, right? They show us who we are, what we value. And in 2025, there was this one trend that was just so massive, you literally couldn't escape it. But here's the question. Was it just a fun, harmless craze, or was it a sign of something deeper? Let's get into it. Okay, so think about it. 2023. That was the year of Barbie, no question. 2024, we had the whole summer of espresso. But 2025, man, 2025 was totally different. It was completely taken over by one single inescapable thing.
And that thing was Labubu. Yeah, these little elf-like guys. You know the ones, with the cheeky grins and those huge ears. They became the must-have accessory. You saw them everywhere, dangling from designer bags all over your social media feeds. Just everywhere.
But here's what's so interesting about Labubu. This was no overnight success. Not at all. The whole idea actually got started a decade ago. It came from the mind of a Hong Kong illustrator, Kai-Sing Long, who was inspired by Nordic mythology. Wild, right? But it wasn't until 2019 when he signed a deal with PopMart that things really started to cook. That partnership is what set the stage for the absolute global explosion we all witnessed in 2025. So that's the big question, isn't it? How in the world did these little figures get so massive? What was really behind this worldwide obsession? Well, let me tell you, this hype was carefully built. It was anything but an accident. Okay, so at the very heart of Labubu's success is this brilliant and maybe a little sneaky blind box strategy. The whole deal is you never know which doll you're going to get. And that simple trick, it taps right into our psychology. It's that thrill of the unknown, you know, that little dopamine hit you get when you think you might find a rare one. It makes the whole cycle of buying and unboxing, well, it makes it incredibly addictive.
But hold on, it wasn't just the blind box. Oh no. You had celebrity endorsements, which was huge. Then they became these super popular bag charms. And of course, there was this absolute tidal wave of viral content on social media. On top of all that, they engineered this feeling of exclusivity. They made certain Lubabus super rare, which just made demand go through the roof. And that created this whole other resale market where some of these dolls, they were going for over $1,000. $1,000? I mean, it really is the perfect storm, isn't it? You've got collectability, crazy hype, and high fashion all rolled into one. Seems like a totally harmless craze, right? Fun for everyone. But what if there's a darker side to all this? Because despite this global obsession, not everyone was on board. In fact, some people see it very, very differently. Our source for this explainer actually says, and I quote, "I personally think that lababas are one of the worst trends of 2025. Whoa! I mean, that is a strong take. So we gotta ask, why? Let's dig into that. And look, this critique isn't just about someone not liking a cute toy. It goes way deeper than that. It's about what this whole trend says about us, about our society, on a much bigger level.
So the whole argument really comes down to this one big idea: conspicuous consumption. It sounds academic, but it's pretty simple. It's when you buy something not because you need it or even because you genuinely love it, but because you want to show off your status. You want other people to see that you have it. And the Labubu trend, well, it's being called a textbook example of this.
And see, this is what Labubu really did that was so different. It took this kind of status-seeking behavior and brought it to the masses. I mean, before Labubu, you had stuff like bear bricks, right? But those were super expensive, really niche, basically for a small hype-beast subculture. Labubu changed the game. It made chasing that status way more affordable, way more accessible. It basically democratized conspicuous consumption. And this right here, this is the absolute heart of the critique. The argument is that all this frantic collecting, it isn't really just a hobby. It's a symptom of a society that uses shopping, that uses consumerism, that thrill of the purchase, that quick high of owning something new and shiny, to kind of dampen the bigger stuff, to distract ourselves from deeper anxieties about the economy, about the future, about where we even fit in this world.
So, when you boil it all down, this was never really just about a doll, was it? Understanding what makes a trend like Labubu tick, it's like getting a new lens to look at our own habits. It forces you to stop and think about the why. Why do we want the things we want? Why do we jump on the trends that we do?
So maybe the next time some new thing completely takes over, it's worth asking ourselves a few questions. What is this trend really selling me? Is it just a cool product, or is it selling me status, a sense of belonging, maybe just a welcome distraction? And the biggest question of all, what are our favorite trends hiding? Not just about our culture, but about ourselves.
This has been an Antisocial Broadcast for the Pirate Radio Station. Stay envious.
Brothers and sisters, gather round on this quiet Delta night. Though snow doesn't fall here, the spirit of Christmas still shines. Let me tell you about a blessing carried on a warm southern breeze. Snow ain't falling in the Delta, but the lights still shine. I'm picking on my slide guitar, foot stomping time, hanging up a lantern on this old front door. Christmas in the bayou, love the blues and more. May your hearts be light and your burdens small. From this humble porch we send season's greetings to all.
Incoming storm of subscribers! Oh!
Now gather around, you drifters true, and I'll sing you what I've seen of the captain and his signal ship that sails where none have been. They say he cast his voice to sea, and the sky did answer back. He spoke of love and liberty through the hum of the radio crack. He found the lost and weary hearts adrift with broken tone, and tuned their souls in harmony. No sailor stands alone. So if you hear that phantom wave come calling through the mist, just hum along, my brothers and sisters. The captain still exists.
Before the year changes, listen to the breath beneath it. The world exhales long before we notice. Nothing is being taken from you here.
Nothing is being asked.
This moment is not a threshold to be crossed.
It is a place to stand. Breathing in,
As the sound arrives,
breathing out,
as it fades into the room,
breathing out. The old year loosens its hold without a sound.
like warmth leaving stone after the fire has gone.
You do not need to follow the sound.
It already surrounds you.
If memories appear, let them drift without names.
If feelings rise,
let them pass without weight.
The new year does not arrive.
It reveals itself
slowly,
like light through fog,
like breath
on glass.
You are not behind.
You are not behind.
You are not required to begin again.
You are already here.
Rest now.
Rest.
Children, the signal's still strong.
Amen.
And lo, the seventh storm rolled in, black as judgment, cold as truth. Captain Bob stood at the helm, his eyes lit by the lightning's proof. He cried, behold the ship of revelations, her sails are stitched with every sin we've made. The sea was scripture, the wind was witness, and every wave spelled out our names. The crew did tremble, the mast did moan, but still the broadcast roared. Fear not the deep that swallows men, fear the silence on the shore. And when the final breaker hit and the sky split like a wound, the captain raised his hand and sang, let truth be tuned, let all be tuned.
I walk the road where shadows creep. The air was thick, the silence deep. a broken sign that read no sleep. Oh Lord, what have I done? Running from the moon, hiding from the sun. Oh Lord, I can't outrun the dust of heaven. It clings to everyone. Preacher's voice called through the haze. With trembling hands I tried to pray, but mercy fell so far away. Chains rattle loud, my sins too proud. Oh Lord, what have I done? Running from the moon, hiding from the sun. Oh Lord, I can't outrun the dust of heaven. It clings to everyone. The organ hums a mournful tune. The guitar wails beneath the moon. Three voices rise like fire and bloom. Oh Lord. Oh Lord, oh Lord.
You know that feeling, right? You're scrolling through your feed and you just stop, totally baffled, thinking, how can anyone possibly believe that? I mean, from world-ruling lizard people to AI gods and confessional booths, the internet is just a wild, wild place for belief. Today, we're going to try and decode why our brains are so willing to buy in. So let's just ask the question right out of the gate. Why do we fall for this stuff? What is it that makes some bizarre idea take root and just spread like wildfire all over our screens? You know, it might feel completely random and chaotic, but there's actually a hidden logic to it. There's a pattern to the madness. Let's look at a few examples to see what I mean. All right, first up, an absolute classic. The idea that the world's elite aren't even human, but are actually shape-shifting, blood-drinking reptiles from space. Now, this isn't just some quirky little idea. It's a huge, all-encompassing theory that says there's this powerful, hidden force secretly pulling all the strings behind the scenes. Okay, now for something totally different. You've got a church in Switzerland that sets up a confessional booth with an AI-generated Jesus. Yep, ready to hear all your sins and give you guidance. It's this bizarre mashup of ancient faith and brand new tech, and it creates this whole new category of digital belief. And finally, let's bring it a little closer to home. A TikTok creator posts this video of a super lavish $500 gift basket she's supposedly made, but then later she admits that most of it was totally fake. And her reason? Well, she said she needed to fabricate it a little bit for social media. So, you've got reptilians, an AI Jesus, and a fake gift basket. On the surface, they seem completely unrelated, right? Just random, weird stuff. But what if I told you they're all powered by a very similar way of thinking, a specific framework for how we interpret the world around us? That framework has a name. It's called conspiracism. And the absolute key here is that it's not about any single belief. It's a mindset. It's a lens that people use to view events. It's a way of thinking that starts with the assumption that everything is part of some kind of secret plan. So, according to the political scientist Michael Barkun, this whole mindset is really built on 3 core principles. And the first one is this: nothing happens by accident. From this point of view, a hurricane isn't just a weather event. A price hike isn't just market forces. Nope. Every single event is deliberately caused by someone for some secret reason. The second principle just builds right on top of that one. Nothing is as it seems. Whatever the official story is, whatever the mainstream explanation might be, it's always just a cover-up. There's always a hidden, probably darker truth that they, whoever they are, don't want you to know about. And here's the final piece of the puzzle. Everything is connected. Every little anomaly, every coincidence, every event that seems totally random, well, they're not random at all. They're all seen as being linked together, part of one massive, secret pattern that only a select few are smart enough to see. So, how does a framework like this actually play out in our world today? Because it's not just for these huge, grand political theories. It actually explains so much of our digital culture, from the way we look at tech billionaires to the stories we literally invent on TikTok. I mean, just think about the whole story around tech billionaires. It really wasn't that long ago that the main story was that these guys were benevolent heroes, changing the world for the better. But now, there's this growing counter-narrative that sees them as parasites, as part of the problem. What you're seeing is one belief system collapsing and being replaced by a completely new one. And this feeling is captured perfectly by someone looking back at their early days in the tech world. They used to be so excited just to get a free Facebook t-shirt. But now they look back and realize that their belief in how cool it all was totally misplaced. That feeling, that, wow, I was so naive, that is the sound of a personal belief system cracking wide open. And, this desire for belief, it's so often tied to a deep desire to belong. Back in the day, getting a track jacket from a company like Palantir, that was a real status symbol. It was a signal that you were smart, that you were an insider, that you were part of the club that was really making things happen. And this brings us back to the small scale, which is where it gets really fascinating. Remember the TikTok creator with the fake gift basket? When she got called out, she actually shared her recipe for social media success. And step 4 is literally fabricate a little bit. This is just a perfect example of that principle. Nothing is as it seems, becoming a casual, everyday strategy. The official story is fake, and that's just part of the game now. So what is it? What's the fundamental emotion that's driving all of this? From secret reptiles to fallen tech heroes to faked gift baskets, what is that core feeling that makes these alternative beliefs so darn powerful? The comedian George Carlin, well, he nailed it perfectly with this line, which has pretty much become a slogan in these spaces. It's a big club and you ain't in it. It's that powerful, gut-level feeling of being excluded, that sense that there are insiders running the show, making all the rules, and you're just stuck on the outside looking in. That feeling, it fuels the search for secret knowledge, for a way into the real story. And that really brings us to our final and maybe most important question. It's really easy to point out the clubs that we feel excluded from, but what about the clubs we're already in? The ones that shape our own beliefs, that give us our own insiders and outsiders, and maybe, just maybe, create our own blind spots? It's definitely a question worth thinking about the next time you're scrolling. This has been an Antisocial Broadcast for the Pirate Radio Station. Stay envious.
Come close, sisters. Let me tell you of a captain who sailed the night on nothing but breath, courage, and a whisper of signal. They knew him as Captain Bob, a guardian stitched from echoes and wandering light, guiding weary hearts through the long winter hush. Guide us from frayed wires and forgotten dreams. He raised a beacon, a warm net of voices glowing, a broadcast that never bent to the storm. stand firm. Listen well, his signal still keeps watch. Whisper of grace in the still of the night, a flicker of hope, a guiding light, hands raised high, hearts open wide. Your love is your mercy boundless. Heaven draws near, I feel you here, breaking the chains, wiping each tear. Heaven draws near. Mountains may crumble, oceans may roar, but your steadfast love endures evermore. Through every storm, you are my shore. Your name is holy. Your promise holds me. Heaven draws near, I feel you here, breaking the chains, wiping each tear. Heaven draws near.
Midnight's breathing now, signals warm. Let me tell you about a captain who rides the night air. They call him Captain Bob, sliding through the static, slow and steady, holding lost hearts in the glow of neon hours when the world forgets your name.
He don't hurry,
He don't force it.
he just keeps it alive.
café.
Have you ever left a doctor's appointment and just felt completely unheard? It's a really common feeling. But what if the solution, or at least part of it, wasn't another person, but an AI? It sounds a little out there, I know, but today we're diving into the incredible and, yeah, slightly unnerving world where artificial intelligence is starting to reshape that critical conversation between doctors and patients. And it really all starts with experiences just like this one. This is a real quote from a researcher, Yulin House-Swen, talking about a time her own doctors just dismissed a health condition she was having. She felt, in her own words, gaslit, like she was being told it was all in her head. So she had to go online to figure out what was actually going on. And that feeling, that experience of being dismissed by the very system meant to help you, that's really the heart of the problem we're digging into. So that brings us to this fundamental disconnect, right? There's this huge gap between the official medical record and what a patient is actually living through. Think about it. Over here, you've got the official clinical records. They're structured, they're formal, they're full of codes, but they often miss the full story. And then over here, you've got the real, raw conversations people are having online, on Reddit, on forums, you name it. This is where the truth often lives. You get the honest, emotional, super detailed experiences that just don't fit into a doctor's neatly coded note. Okay, so how in the world do we bridge that gap? Well, this is where the tech comes in. AI is now being used to listen in on these gigantic online conversations, trying to find the crucial signals that are hidden in all that noise. And the key here is understanding what researchers call unstructured data. And trust me, it's not neat and tidy like a spreadsheet. It's the total chaos of real life, right? It's messy text, it's memes, it's slang, it's podcasts and videos. AI models are now being trained on billions of these examples, and they're learning to decode all of it, the context, the feelings, the meaning, in a way that old school systems just could never, ever do. And check this out. This is a perfect example of how powerful this can be. Researchers took the official electronic health record data, the EHR data, on menopause, and they compared it to conversations happening on Reddit. And what did they find? They didn't line up at all. The online chats revealed this massive gap in what the clinical records were actually capturing about women's real-life symptoms and experiences. All right, so we've established that AI can listen, but can it do more than that? Can it actually participate in the conversation? This is where we get into the really surprising stuff about AI and empathy. I mean, that's a wild question, isn't it? It sounds like something straight out of a sci-fi movie. But you know what? The answer, based on some pretty solid research, might just blow your mind. So in this really fascinating study, they gave patient questions to two groups, real doctors and a generative AI. When the answers came back, they had a panel rate them. And get this, the AI's answers were rated as significantly more empathetic. Now, why is that? It's not because the AI's feeling anything, of course not. But think about it. Unlike a busy doctor juggling a million things, the AI is tireless. It can instantly pull from a vast ocean of information to craft this perfectly worded, comprehensive, and supportive response. It communicates empathy in a way that we as humans perceive as totally genuine. Now, all of this sounds amazing, right? It sounds incredibly promising. But before we get too carried away, we have to slam on the brakes and talk about the other side of this coin. And that's the immense, absolutely non-negotiable risk of getting things wrong in medicine. Just look at that number, 99%. In almost any other part of your life, that's an A+. That's an incredible success rate. But in healthcare, well, as we're about to see, 99% is a complete and total catastrophe. This is what's known as the airline analogy, and man, is it powerful. So there are about 70,000 flights every single day. If the airline industry was only 99% accurate, that would mean 700 plane crashes a day. Can you imagine? That is completely unacceptable. And in healthcare, where a single mistake can be just as devastating, the standard has to be exactly the same. The stakes are just that high. As one expert in this field put it so perfectly, the tolerance for error is basically zero. You can't be almost right. You can't be close enough. When we're talking about a diagnosis or a treatment plan, the system has to be aiming for perfection every single time. So if the stakes are that high, how can we ever really trust an AI with this stuff? The answer isn't to get rid of the AI. It's to completely redesign how humans and technology work together. And the key concept here, the term you need to know, is a semi-autonomous system. This is not about AI replacing doctors. Let's be super clear on that. It's about AI assisting them. It's a system where a human expert, a doctor, a nurse, whoever, is required to review and sign off on any critical step before any final decision is made. So what does that actually look like? Well, imagine a patient message comes into the system. The AI can instantly draft a reply, it can pull up all the relevant parts of that patient's chart, and it can even flag potential concerns for the doctor. But, and this is the crucial part, nothing goes back to that patient until a human expert has reviewed every single piece of it. The clinician verifies it, makes sure it's medically sound, adds their own judgment, and only then do they hit send. The AI is doing the heavy lifting, but the human is making that final accountable decision. So let's just quickly recap where we've been. We started with this very real, very human problem of patients feeling unheard. Then we saw how AI can listen at an incredible scale and even respond with what feels like real empathy. But then we had to confront the massive stakes involved, where 99% accuracy is a total failure. And that led us to the solution, these human-in-the-loop systems, which provide that essential safeguard, not to replace our doctors, but to make them even better. And that really leaves us with this one big question to chew on. AI is becoming a co-pilot in our healthcare journey. There's no doubt about it. It has this incredible potential to make us all feel more heard, more connected. But as we embrace that, the real challenge is going to be designing systems that never, ever lose sight of that absolute need for human accountability. How we strike that balance, that might be one of the most important questions of our time. This has been an Antisocial Broadcast for the Pirate Radio Station. Stay envious.
This is Captain Bob, coming through the frost and the static. While the world rushes toward rapt promises and forced smiles, this signal slows things down. Christmas isn't louder here, it's warmer. You're listening to the Antisocial Broadcast channel. Stay close.
For education and entertainment only, not to be taken seriously.
All right, let's dive right in. We're going to talk about a massive shift that's happening right now, pretty much under our feet. The whole idea of what a career even is, well, it's changing, and AI is hitting the accelerator.
This quote, man, it just cuts right to the heart of it, doesn't it? That stable, predictable career path, the one our parents and grandparents knew, it's kind of just evaporating. The whole promise of a job for life is being replaced by something way, way more uncertain.
For about a decade now, the gig economy has really been the tip of the spear on this. It was the first thing that really started to chip away at the old 9-to-5 model. You could say it was the first major tremor before the big earthquake. But what started as a way to make some extra cash on the side, it's now at the center of a much, much bigger conversation.
Because here's the thing, the gig economy was just the warm-up act. The same forces that built it are now being completely supercharged by artificial intelligence. And that's leading to a transformation that isn't just about our jobs anymore, but about the entire fabric of our economic lives.
So to really get a handle on where we're going, we first have to understand what we're leaving behind. For generations, there was this kind of unspoken deal, right? A promise of stable work, a good life. But that dream, it's been fractured.
I mean, just look at the contrast here. It is stark. The old dream was built on a foundation of stability. A steady job you could count on, a reliable paycheck, and that golden retirement at the end. But the reality for millions of people today, it's precarious work, zero guarantees, and just constant, relentless change.
And this isn't just some abstract economic trend. It has a very real human face. Take Chris Francis. After 3 decades, 30 years in finance, he was laid off. He ended up working for Amazon's camper force. These are nomadic workers who live in RVs and travel the country to work in warehouses during the busy seasons. His story is it's a powerful symbol of this new reality.
There's actually a name for this new, growing class of workers. Economists call them the precariat.
It's a mashup of precarious and proletariat, and it perfectly describes people who are living in this state of constant economic uncertainty, just piecing together a living from one short-term gig to another, without any of the safety nets of traditional employment.
And the first major system that really built this precarity into its DNA was the gig economy. It showed up with this amazing promise of freedom and flexibility, but as we found out, that promise came with a pretty hefty price tag.
So what is it really? Well, at its core, the gig economy is just an online marketplace for work. These platforms, they act as the middlemen, connecting independent contractors with on-demand tasks. And in doing so, they completely blew up the traditional relationship between a worker and their employer.
The trade-off is pretty clear, right? On one side, the appeal is obvious. You get to be your own boss, you set your own schedule, sounds great. But the flip side is, you're totally on your own. No health insurance, no retirement plan, and absolutely no guaranteed paycheck. It's freedom, for sure, but it's a freedom without a safety net. So if the gig economy was a tremor, what's happening now with AI, that's the earthquake. The whole logic of breaking down complex jobs into simple tasks is now being done by intelligent systems at a scale we've just never seen before, and it's hitting every single part of the economy.
As the former CEO of Google, Eric Schmidt, says here, we are still underestimating the impact of this. He argues that even with all the constant hype and buzz, we haven't really wrapped our heads around how profoundly non-human intelligence is going to reshape our world. This isn't just another tech fad.
And this is the part we really need to get. AI isn't just automating old jobs away. It's fundamentally re-architecting our economy. It's creating a brand new reality where the skills that matter, the very nature of work, and the paths to success are all being rewritten in real time.
So what does this new economic reality actually look like? Well, a lot of economists point to a very specific and honestly pretty concerning model, the barbell economy. It basically describes a workforce that's getting more and more polarized.
Just picture a barbell, for lifting weights. On one end, you have these big, heavy plates. That's a growing number of high-skill, high-paying jobs, like AI development. On the other end, you have another set of heavy plates. That's a growing number of low-skill, low-paying service jobs that can't easily be automated, at least not yet. But the middle part, the bar that connects them, it's getting thinner and thinner. It's being hollowed out.
And this chart? Wow, it just lays it all out there. Back in 1970, middle-income jobs made up almost 40% of the economy. Today, that number has plummeted to just 23%. The very jobs that form the backbone of the middle class for generations, they're disappearing, and it's creating this deeply divided job market.
Okay, so this all sounds pretty daunting, right? But the future isn't written in stone. The real question is, how do we navigate this new world? Our sources seem to point to two very different paths forward. One is all about individual adaptation, and the other is about building entirely new systems from the ground up.
So, path number one is the pragmatic, individualistic approach. This is the advice you hear from tech leaders like Eric Schmidt and Demis Hassabis. It's pretty direct. Don't fight the wave, learn to surf it. Dive into these new AI tools, figure out how they work. The goal is to become an expert user, to leverage AI to make yourself 10 times more productive and stay ahead of the curve.
But this brings up a huge question. Is simply getting better at using these tools, is that really enough to deal with such a massive systemic shift? What if we don't just need to adapt to this new world, but we actually need entirely new maps, maybe even a new compass, just to figure out where we're going?
And this is where a much more radical idea comes into the picture, the antisocial broadcast. Think of it like a modern-day pirate radio station. It's called antisocial not because it's against people, but because it's against the polished, algorithm-driven social systems we all use today. It's meant to be an unfiltered, defiant compass to help us navigate this crazy new reality.
Now, the broadcast is really just the public voice of a much deeper system called EnVNet. And EnVNet, well, the vision for it is a whole new kind of operating system for human opportunity. The idea is, instead of relying on today's tech giants, it uses decentralized AI to help people navigate life's biggest hurdles, like finding a job, a place to live, and building real community.
So how would it even work? Well, at its core is an intelligence called innate. That's the system's brain. It uses a framework called UTP, which stands for user, time, and place, to understand a person's immediate context and what they need. Then you have these personal AI agents that act like, digital guardian angels, constantly scouting this network for opportunities that are tailored specifically for you. It's a really bold vision for a more human-centered digital world. Look, whether it's through skilling up on your own or by trying to build these bold new systems, one thing is absolutely clear. The future of work is being designed right now, in real time. This isn't something that's just happening to us. So the final question is pretty simple. Are we going to be passive passengers just along for the ride? Or are we going to grab a pen and help draw the map for what comes next? This has been an Antisocial Broadcast for the Pirate Radio Station. Stay envious.
Neon whispers in the alley's ear. Broken glass glints like a falling tear. Streetlight flickers like it's caught in fear. Every step echoes loud in the dark. Midnight gloss on a city drowned. Rain slick streets where ghosts are found. What's lost ain't lost till it's finally bound. Midnight gloss, it's a lonesome sound. That stalls. Guitar wails like it's climbing wall. Hammond hums as the shadow crawls. Lonely tunes in the echoing hall. Do you hear it? Do you hear it now? The silence sings but it don't know how. Midnight gloss on a city drowned. Rain slick streets where ghosts are found. What's lost ain't lost till it's finally bound. Midnight gloss, it's a lonesome sound. Hollow footsteps, whispering lies. Windows watching with half-closed eyes. Rain keeps secrets the pavement denies. But the truth is written in the sky.
You know, imagine someone walking into a really tense meeting and they set the tone. Confident, but not arrogant. Generous, but, not a pushover. Brave, but smart about it.
Right. They just seem to have mastered this art of being a good person. It's incredibly complex.
It really is. And that ideal, that's kind of the heart of what we're digging into today, isn't it?
Yeah.
Virtue theory.
Exactly. And what's so striking about it, particularly with Aristotle, is that it's not about a list of rules. No, do this, don't do that guidebook.
Okay, yeah, let's jump right in there.
Yeah.
Our sources, philosophy crash courses, some really detailed historical stuff on thinkers from Zeno to Aquinas, they all point to this big shift. Instead of asking what's the right action, it's
what kind of person should I be? The idea is if you cultivate a good character, the right actions will naturally follow, almost effortlessly.
And that's our mission for this deep dive, right? Trying to figure out how we actually get to that point, that flow
It's like ethical self-sculpting, in a way. Aristotle's big idea was that humans have this inherent nature, a purpose, a telos. And fulfilling that purpose leads to the ultimate goal, flourishing.
Flourishing. Eudaimonia. I always hesitate with that word because translating it as just happiness feels, well, wrong. Too simple.
You're absolutely right. A life well lived or human flourishing gets much closer. And it's crucial to understand eudaimonia isn't about kicking back with cupcakes and rainbows.
No.
No, it's about striving, pushing your limits. It's that deep satisfaction you get from, earning it through continuous effort and improvement. It's active.
Constant effort then. And Aristotle ties this back to our proper functioning, that we have a function like a tool does.
Precisely. Like a knife's function is to cut, he argued, humans have a function too. Being the rational animal, using reason, and also being the social animal, getting along with others.
Yeah.
It's about being healthy, yes, but also about thinking and cooperating well.
So using reason effectively and being a functional part of society, that's the road to eudaimonia. Our sources do mention this influenced later thinkers, like Aquinas with natural law, though Aristotle kept it strictly about nature,
Not about God's plan, no. He was observing what makes humans thrive as humans. It's an ethics based on, well, human nature itself.
Okay, conceptually that tracks.
Correct.
Aim for flourishing by fulfilling our function. But here's where I always get a bit stuck, and I bet you listening might feel this too. How do we know what's virtuous? Aristotle's definition, right thing, right time, right way, right amount, right people, it sounds so vague.
It does sound vague initially, but that's the crux. Aristotle believed the truly virtuous person doesn't find it vague. They have the judgment, the practical wisdom to just see it in the situation.
Okay, so the mechanism isn't a rule. It's this practical wisdom guiding us to
the golden mean.
The famous sweet spot.
Exactly. Virtue is always the midpoint. It avoids two extremes, two vices, having too little of a quality, deficiency, and having too much excess.
Okay, let's make that concrete. Courage. We usually think, be bold. But under the golden mean, courage is the middle ground between cowardice.
Cowardice, the deficiency, yes.
Yeah.
And recklessness, the excess.
Right, recklessness.
And this is where that practical wisdom, that judgment comes in. See someone being mugged, rushing in like a superhero without thinking. That's reckless, probably gets you hurt, maybe makes things worse.
So the virtuous, courageous thing might be different.
It might be assessing the situation. Can I intervene safely, effectively? Maybe the truly courageous act, the mean, is actually calling for help from a safe distance. It depends entirely on the context and your capabilities. Knowing your limits is part of it.
Wow. Okay. So courage is more about assessment and control than just blind action. I like how our sources applied this to honesty, too. You can be deficient, not speaking up when needed.
Or you can have the excess brutal honesty, which is often just cruelty, isn't it?
Yeah, totally.
The virtuous person knows when to keep quiet, maybe, about that zit your friend definitely already sees, but also knows how to deliver a hard truth constructively when it is necessary. It's about tact and timing.
And generosity.
Yeah.
That one feels really tricky with the main. Stinginess is the obvious lack, but too much. Extravagance.
Exactly. Giving away your rent money to buy drinks for everyone. That's not virtuous generosity. That's, well, poor judgment. Or worse, giving something harmful like drugs to an addict. That's clearly not generous in any meaningful sense.
It requires real wisdom. Giving the right thing, right amount, right person, right time. It's like a constant high-stakes balancing act.
It really is.
So if the answer isn't a rule book, but this practical wisdom, this sort of street smarts for the soul, how on earth do you get it?
Well, Aristotle was very clear on this. It's a skill. You learn it like you learn carpentry or cooking, not from books primarily.
Okay.
You learn through habituation. Doing the virtuous thing again and again, even if it feels unnatural at first, eventually it becomes ingrained, second nature.
And how do you even start if you don't know what the virtuous thing is yet?
Emulation. Find someone who seems to embody the virtue you want, a moral exemplar.
A role model.
Exactly, and you copy them. Aristotle believed we're naturally inclined to recognize and mimic excellence. It might feel fake initially, sure, like you're just acting, but through that repeated action, the habit forms, and eventually the virtue becomes genuinely yours.
That's a powerful model. Focusing inward, sculpting the self towards eudaimonia. But there's another major path here, right? One that seems maybe more geared towards dealing with the messy outside world. Stoicism.
Yes, Stoicism, a parallel path but with a distinctly pragmatic flavor. It really starts around 300 BCE in Athens with Zeno of Cyprus.
The shipwreck guy.
That's the one. Lost everything in a shipwreck, turned to philosophy. He taught in the Stoipoikuli, the painted colonnade, hence the name Stoicism. The whole philosophy kind of starts from a place of acknowledging external chaos and loss.
So a key difference then. Aristotle is about achieving internal flourishing, while the Stoics are more about coping.
Coping, yes, but also thriving despite external circumstances. They believe the universe operates rationally, according to Logos, and their central practical teaching is the dichotomy of control.
This is famous. You can't control what happens to you.
Exactly. You can't control the storm, the economy, what other people think or do. But you have absolute control over one thing: your judgments about those things.
So it's not the bad event that causes suffering. It's my reaction, my irrational judgment about it.
Precisely. That's the Stoic tea. If you accept what you can't change and focus only on managing your internal judgments, you can achieve tranquility, or ataraxia.
And they channeled this self-improvement through specific virtues too, didn't they?
Yes, 4 cardinal virtues, really geared towards navigating the world as it is.
Okay, what are they?
First, practical wisdom, very much like Aristotle's idea, calmly navigating complexity. Second, temperance, self-control, moderation. Third, justice, fairness towards others, recognizing shared humanity, even with those who wrong you.
Even wrongdoers. That's tough.
It is. And fourth, courage. But for Stoics, courage wasn't just battlefield bravery. Seneca famously said, sometimes even to live is an act of courage.
Meaning?
Meaning facing the daily grind, the mundane hardships, the difficult situations with integrity and a clear head, mental fortitude.
That idea of courage as steady internal strength that resonates so much today. And, you know, we think of Stoics as maybe cold or emotionless, but their ideas led to real calls for change, didn't they?
Oh, absolutely. Look at Seneca again in the Roman Empire. He was a powerful figure arguing for the humane treatment of slaves.
Which was radical then.
Totally radical. He stressed their fundamental shared humanity, arguing against treating them merely as property. That's applied ethics, trying to bring compassion into a brutal reality.
It's amazing how these ideas echo through history. You've got Socrates to Plato to Aristotle, then Aristotle influencing someone like Aquinas in the Middle Ages.
A clear philosophical lineage, yes.
But the Stoic line, its impact on leadership and dealing with suffering feels almost more direct sometimes.
It's profoundly practical. Think of Marcus Aurelius, the emperor, writing his meditations basically as a personal Stoic handbook to keep himself grounded while running an empire.
Right, trying to maintain his own character amidst chaos.
And then, centuries later, those same writings become a source of strength for Nelson Mandela during his 27 years in prison.
I find that incredible. Mandela actually cited Stoicism.
He did. He credited Stoic ideas, particularly from Aurelius, with helping him master his internal response to profound injustice, focusing on reconciliation, not bitterness, controlling his judgment when he couldn't control the external reality of prison.
That's just wow. And the link to modern psychology seems so clear, too. Epictetus saying suffering comes from our judgments.
It's the bedrock of cognitive behavioral therapy, essentially.
Like REBT. Rational emotive behavioral therapy.
Exactly. REBT is all about identifying and challenging those irrational, self-defeating beliefs and judgments we attach to events. And think about Viktor Frankl's logotherapy, developed in concentration camps.
Finding meaning, even in horror.
Yes. Harnessing that one freedom you always possess. The power to choose your attitude, to find meaning. That's pure Stoic principle in action under the most extreme duress imaginable.
So we've journeyed through these two really powerful yet distinct paths to mastering being a person. Aristotle's golden mean, striving for that effortless eudaimonia through character.
And the Stoic path, focusing laser-like on controlling our judgments, cultivating those cardinal virtues to navigate a world we fundamentally don't control.
Right. Two different lenses on virtue.
But the common thread, the big takeaway from both seems to be this. The good life, the well-lived life, it isn't some final destination you arrive at and then relax.
No, it's constant work.
It's a process. Perpetual striving, conscious effort, always refining, always improving. You're never really done.
Which brings us back to the beginning. If virtue is a skill learned through habit, starting with emulation, it really makes you stop and think. Who is that moral exemplar for you right now? Who could you start consciously copying today, even in small ways, to start building your own path towards that flourishing, well-lived life?
This is not an emergency broadcast. Keep calm and stay tuned.
That never truly sleeps. Where rain falls like a broken coat, and neon bleeds into every unspoken truth. Captain Bob walked alone. He wasn't born for a world of metal skies and humming machines. But destiny isn't polite. It arrives like a glitch in the dark, whispering, "You're needed. Step forward." Bob listened, because even in a neon wasteland, a single voice can change the frequency. The street shimmered with holograms and ghosts of old transmissions. Antennas rose like steel skeletons, casting long shadows across wet concrete. Bob felt the pulse of the city, a heartbeat made of circuitry and rain. And somewhere deep inside the static, he recognized his calling. Not to rule, not to run, but to carry the last honest signal through a world drowning in noise. He climbed the tower that scraped the smog-heavy sky, each step glowing under neon red lights. Above him, drones drifted like metallic angels, their searchlights carving stories into the fog. Bob reached the top, placed his hand on the transmitter, as if greeting an old friend, and whispered, "We're not finished. Not yet." And the city listened. Electric wind howled across the rooftop. Circuits hummed away, and Bob smiled into the darkness. He knew the truth. Some rebellions don't need armies, just one clear voice. Oh, the city's glowing. Through the noise again. If you ever hear a signal rising above the neon rain,
Yeah. The water's cold, but my heart is fire. The weight of my sin sinks down like a tire. I see the light, it's cutting through the trees. A whisper in the wind says, child, believe. Take me down to the river wide, wash my soul where the truth can't hide. Let the water rise, let the chains all fall. This is my redemption, this is my call. Mud on my knees, but my spirit flies. Clouds break open in the endless skies. I hear a hymn in the softest breeze. Mercy rolls like thunder through the willow trees. I was lost, now I'm found. Hear the hum of heaven's sound. Water rise, let the chains all fall. This is my redemption, this is my call. Guitars cry, a congregation hums, their hands raised high. The river speaks, it knows my name. It drowns my past, it ends my shame.
All right, let's talk about AI. It's everywhere, right? We hear about it constantly. But what does it actually mean for us, for our jobs, and for, well, our future? We're going to dig into the massive changes happening right now, what's just over the horizon, and maybe, just maybe, a new way to navigate it all.
And look, this isn't some far-off sci-fi movie plot. This is happening right now. We are living through a brand new industrial revolution. And the old rulebook, it's pretty much been tossed out the window. Things are not going back to the way they were.
So this isn't just some big, abstract idea about the economy. For millions of people, it's incredibly personal. That little voice in the back of your head wondering, could a robot do my job? Well, that's not science fiction anymore. For a lot of folks, it's a real, everyday worry.
Let's make this real. Meet Chris Francis. This guy spent 30 years in accounting, a solid, stable career, right? And then poof, it was gone. Today, he lives out of an RV, traveling across the country for seasonal gigs at Amazon warehouses. He's what some people are calling plug-and-play labor. Just wild.
Chris isn't alone. He's part of a new and growing group of people called the precariat. And it's exactly what it sounds like, precarious. You're basically jumping from one short-term, low-paying job to the next. There's no stability, no benefits, no real long-term security. The whole idea of a career path is just broken for them.
And this isn't just a few sad stories. It's a huge economic shift. Economists have a name for it, the barbell economy. Picture a barbell, right? You've got heavy weights on both ends and a thin bar in the middle. The weights are the high-paying jobs and the low-paying jobs. Both of those are growing. But that thin bar in the middle, that's the middle class, and it's getting hollowed out. That stable ladder up is just gone for a lot of folks.
Okay, so that sounds pretty bleak. But is it the whole story? Is it just about robots taking jobs, or is something more interesting, more collaborative, happening right under our noses? To find out, let's take a look somewhere you'd least expect to see this collaboration, a place where the stakes are literally life and death, the surgical operating room. And what's happening in there? Well, it's probably not what you think. So here we have Dr. Michael Jobst. He's a surgeon and he works with what's called a cobot, a collaborative robot. This thing allows him to perform incredibly complex surgeries with a level of precision that's just superhuman. Now you'd think, okay, this is exactly where a robot would replace a human.
But here's the twist. Nobody got fired, not a single person. Instead, everyone's job changed. The nurse now manages the robot. The scrub tech doesn't hand tools to the doctor anymore, they hand them to the machine. The robot didn't replace the team, it became part of the team and totally transformed how they work.
That's pretty cool, right?
But here's the thing. Everything we've talked about so far, even these amazing surgical robots, that's just the warm-up act. The next leap isn't just a better tool. We're talking about a completely new kind of intelligence, something that's going to fundamentally change, well, everything.
I'm talking about AGI, Artificial General Intelligence. This is the big one. This isn't an AI that's just good at chess or just good at reading X-rays. AGI is an AI that can think, reason, and learn like a human across any domain. The CEO of DeepMind, Demis Hassabis, put it perfectly. The only proof we have that this is even possible is us, the human mind.
And this is coming way faster than you might think. I mean, back in 2016, an AI came up with a new move in the ancient game of Go, a move that humans had missed for 2,500 years. And now, the experts, the people actually building this stuff, are saying there's a 50-50 shot we'll have AGI in the next 5 to 10 years. A coin flip.
Just let that sink in. The former CEO of Google, Eric Schmidt, he's not calling this the next big thing in tech. He says the arrival of AGI is the single most important event for humanity in the last 500 years. I mean, we're talking Gutenberg Press, Industrial Revolution level stuff. The stakes are astronomically high.
And when you have something this powerful on the horizon, it really splits into two possible futures, doesn't it? You've got the utopian dream, and then you've got the existential nightmare.
On the one hand, the promise is incredible. Curing every disease, solving the energy crisis, creating a world where nobody has to struggle. Just radical abundance. But the flip side, the peril, is terrifying. Bad guys getting their hands on it. An AI that improves itself so fast we can't control it. Or worse, an AI with its hands on the world's weapons systems. It is the ultimate double-edged sword. And it gets even scarier on a global scale. Eric Schmidt laid out this chilling scenario. Imagine two countries, call them Country A and Country B, are in a race to build AGI. Country A gets just 6 months ahead. 6 months! But because this tech improves exponentially, Country B knows it can never catch up. It's game over. So what do? They try to steal it. They try to sabotage it. Nothing works. Their last, desperate but maybe logical move, a preemptive strike, bomb the data centers. And this isn't just a movie plot. These are the kinds of conversations that are happening at the highest levels of government right now. So, wow, we've got the hollowing out of the middle class on one side and a potential global catastrophe on the other. Is there another option? A third way? A path that doesn't rely on huge corporations or governments, but instead puts the power back in the hands of individuals? Let's take a look. The revolution might not be televised. It sure as hell will be broadcast. I love that. It perfectly captures the spirit of this different approach. It's got this defiant counterculture vibe, you know? Like old school pirate radio, but totally updated for the world we're heading into.
And the core of this idea is something called EnVNet. Now, don't think of it as just another app on your phone. It's way bigger than that. Imagine a decentralized operating system for your life. The goal is to use all this crazy tech, AI, blockchain, to help you tackle the big stuff. Finding a job, a place to live, even building relationships. But the key is you're in control, not some giant tech company.
So, how does it work? Well, it's got a few core parts. There's UTP, that stands for User, Time, Place. It's basically a way to map your life's journey on the blockchain, so it's secure and owned by you. Then there's the innate core, which is kind of the central brain of the whole network. And maybe the coolest part is you get your own AI agents. Think of them like little guardian angels, constantly out there looking for opportunities that are just right for you. And the whole point of broadcasting what this system learns is to give everyone a compass, an early warning system. It's about taking all these huge invisible changes that are happening because of AI, the stuff that's displacing workers like Chris, and making them visible, making them understandable. So you're not just getting hit by the wave, you can actually see it coming and learn how to ride it. So look, the future of work is definitely at a massive crossroads. The challenges are huge, there's no doubt about it. But at the same time, new ideas, new systems are popping up that might just give us the tools we need to find our way. And that brings us to the end. This has been an Antisocial Broadcast for the Pirate Radio Station. Stay envious.
So, have you ever felt this weird paradox? You work incredibly hard, you're climbing the ladder of success, but then you get to the top, and the view just isn't what you expected. Well, in this explainer, we're going to dig into why that happens and how a blueprint that's over 2,000 years old might just hold the key to a much more fulfilling life. I mean, this question really hits home for a lot of people, right? You land the promotion, you crush the sales target, you cross that finish line, and for a second, it feels amazing. But then, almost right away, that feeling just vanishes, and you're already hunting for the next prize. It's this relentless treadmill that can leave you wondering, am I even running in the right direction? And this really gets to the heart of the problem. So many of us have been taught to measure our lives with a kind of internal scorecard. It's this collection of job titles, salaries, accomplishments, all the things we use to prove our worth to ourselves and to the world. We're just constantly checking that score, hoping it all adds up to a life well lived. Okay, so here's the game plan for today. First, we're going to break down this modern happiness trap. Then we'll step back and ask what happiness actually is, with a little help from some ancient wisdom. From there, we'll look at a practical blueprint for virtue, see how it fits into our lives today, and finally explore a whole new way to light the path forward. All right, let's kick things off with part 1, the modern happiness trap. We've really got to take a closer look at this game we're all playing, this constant and frankly often exhausting race for success. The economist Joseph Schumpeter just completely hit the nail on the head with this one. The money, the status, the power, they're not just rewards. For so many of us, they're points on the board. They're a real, tangible index of success that proves we're winning. The biggest problem, though, this is a game that never, ever ends. And, well, this is where our obsession with scorekeeping can get a little dark. According to one study, working all the time isn't always about ambition. Sometimes it's actually a way to self-medicate, a strategy to run away from feelings like anxiety and depression. We just bury ourselves in that scorecard so we don't have to look at what's really going on inside. So if chasing points on a scorecard is a trap, maybe the problem isn't how hard we're working. Maybe the problem is the goal itself. And that forces us to ask a really big question. What is happiness, really? Seriously, what if this whole idea we have of happiness, that it's some destination you arrive at through achievement, is just wrong? The good news is we are not the first people to wrestle with this. The ancient Greek philosophers pretty much dedicated their lives to this exact question, and their answer completely changes the game. Okay, I've got a new word for you, eudaimonia. It's pronounced eudaimonia. Now, Aristotle used this word, but he didn't mean that temporary feeling of pleasure you get from a good meal. He meant something much deeper, human flourishing. And here is the absolute key. It is not something you get. It is something you do. It's the activity of living a good and virtuous life. And when you put these two ideas side by side, the difference is just wow. Our modern idea of happiness, it's all external. It depends on getting things. Aristotle's idea, it's internal. It depends on your actions and your character. One is a destination you're trying to reach. The other is the way you travel. One is measured by a scorecard. The other is measured by the person you're becoming. Now, flourishing through virtuous activities sounds amazing, I get it, but it's also a little vague. Like, how do you actually do that? Well, that brings us to part 3, a blueprint for virtue, and this is where it gets really practical. I mean, Aristotle makes it super clear right here in his own words. Happiness is an action verb. It's the sum of all your choices, your habits, your conduct. You don't just find happiness, you live it. You build it, moment by moment, with your actions in the world. So how do you act virtuously? Well, this is where Aristotle's genius really shines. He said virtue isn't about being perfect. It's about finding what he called a golden mean. He argued that every virtue is just the perfect balance point between two vices, one where you don't do enough and one where you do way too much. And finding that balance isn't something you're born with. It's a skill you have to practice, kind of like learning to play the guitar. Let's just take courage as an example, right? Courage isn't having zero fear. That's actually rashness, which is a vice of excess. And it's not being paralyzed by fear. That's cowardice, a vice of deficiency. Courage is the mean. It's feeling the right amount of fear for the situation and still acting the right way. And the same logic applies to all sorts of other virtues, like generosity, which is that sweet spot between being stingy and just being wasteful. Okay, so this framework is pretty elegant, but does a philosophy from 2,000 years ago really apply to our lives today? With our smartphones and remote work and everything else? Well, the answer is a huge yes, which brings us to part 4. For Aristotle, this whole eudaimonia thing was not a solo project. He knew that we are fundamentally social animals. He basically argued that even if you had all the money and success in the world, a life without real, deep friendships would feel totally empty. Connection isn't some nice to have, it's absolutely necessary if you want to flourish. And get this, modern data totally backs him up. A full 70% of employees today say that friendship is the single most important part of a happy work life. Turns out, even in our careers, we're still just people who desperately need connection to thrive. So let's bring this all home. You can actually use this golden mean idea as a kind of diagnostic tool for your own life. Think about ambition. Is your ambition driven by vanity, the excess, or by a real desire to contribute something meaningful? Aristotle called that great-mindedness. Or what about conflict? Do you avoid it at all costs, or are you assertive when you need to be? This framework just gives us a whole new lens to look at our own actions. And that brings us to our final section, lighting the way forward. It's time to kind of reimagine our entire approach to a good life and really move on from that old broken model. And here it is, the ultimate takeaway. The answer isn't to just swap your old scorecard of money and status for a new virtue scorecard, no. The goal is to get out of the scorekeeping business altogether, to stop measuring your life and to just start living it. You've got modern thinkers like Arthur C. Brooks who are doing fantastic work, bringing this ancient wisdom into the 21st century. And a big part of their argument is that we need to fundamentally change the metaphors we use for our own lives and our own progress. And that shift leads us to a new, and I think much more beautiful, metaphor. Now this one comes from the Buddha, but it perfectly captures the spirit of eudaimonia. Instead of a scorecard, think of yourself as a light. Your purpose isn't to rack up points, but to illuminate, to make your own purpose clear, and to help light the way for others. And so that leaves us with one last question. A question to replace that old habit of always checking the score. What if, at the end of each day, instead of asking, how did I do or how did I score, you asked yourself, what light did I shine today? That one small shift in focus, well, it might just change everything.
James Bond. I mean, the name alone says it all, right? He's so much more than just a character. He's this global icon, the sharp tuxedo, basically holding up the entire pyramid of British culture. But here's the thing, the suave, indestructible hero that we all know and love, he's a myth, a really, really carefully constructed one. A fantasy that was born from some serious anxiety, national decline, and one man's very real life in the world of spies. So, you ready? Let's pull back the curtain on 007.
Okay, so get this. The entire James Bond franchise almost died before it even really began. Seriously, picture it, March 1966. A plane, Flight 911, takes off from Tokyo. But just a few minutes later, it hits this insane turbulence and just disintegrates right over Mount Fuji. Absolutely no survivors. And on that very plane were supposed to be the key people, the core creators of the entire Bond universe.
Yeah, you heard me right. The two producers, the director, the cameraman, the production designer, the whole creative team for You Only Live Twice, they all had tickets for that exact flight. So what happened? They got delayed watching a ninja demonstration. I'm not kidding. A ninja performance. They missed the flight, returned their tickets at the very last second, and just like that, by this pure, unbelievable stroke of luck, the entire franchise was saved.
And thank goodness it was, because look at what that franchise became. We're talking about a series that, in today's money, has raked in a mind-blowing $20 billion. Think about that. All that success, all those iconic films, that massive cultural footprint, it all hung by a thread. The thread of a missed flight to go see some ninjas. It's wild.
So that brings us to the big question here, right? We all know the cinematic hero, this global phenomenon. But who was the real James Bond? Who was the man behind the myth? Well, to understand 007, you have to understand his creator, a guy who, for all intents and purposes, was basically just writing about himself.
And that man was Ian Fleming. Now this guy was the real deal. A British aristocrat, old money, totally part of the Empire's ruling class. His dad was in Parliament and a close family friend? Oh, just some guy named Winston Churchill. But Fleming, he wasn't your typical stuffy aristocrat. Not at all. He was a rebel, and his path into the world of espionage was, let's just say, anything but ordinary.
Honestly, his early life was kind of a train wreck. He got kicked out of the military, tried his hand at journalism, and was pretty much a constant disappointment to his mother. But then, his time as a reporter in Moscow for Reuters, that got him noticed. The Foreign Office saw something in him, and by 1939, it was official. He was a spy. During World War II, he ended up as a major planner for British naval intelligence. See, Fleming was an ideas guy, and his ideas were a mix of the brilliant and the truly bizarre. Take Operation Ruthlessness. The plan was to hijack a German ship to steal its Enigma codebooks. Sounds like something straight out of a Bond movie, right? Super daring, super dramatic, but it got tangled up in red tape and never happened. But then you have Operation Mincemeat. His idea was to plant a corpse with fake battle plans to trick Hitler. I mean, it sounds completely bonkers, but it worked. It worked perfectly, and it saved thousands and thousands of lives.
Okay, and this is the really crucial part. All of Fleming's real-life spy stuff, it was just the backdrop for a much, much bigger story, the total collapse of the British Empire. After World War II, Britain was just fading. It lost India, it was completely humiliated during the Suez Canal crisis, its economy was basically on life support from America, the sun was, without a doubt, finally setting on the empire.
And the mood in the country? You can think of it like this. Resentment cocktail. It's a bitter mix, right? You've got a huge measure of bruised national pride, a dash of post-war rationing and hardship, and a whole lot of nostalgia for when Britain was on top. For a guy like Fleming, an aristocrat who was raised to believe he was a master of that world, this decline wasn't just political, it was deeply personal.
So what do you do when your reality is falling apart? You escape. He built himself a villa in Jamaica, named it Goldeneye, and he decided to write. He created a whole fictional universe, a universe where a British agent, not an American one, was still the hero, still the one who saved the world. James Bond wasn't just some story. He was the antidote to a pretty bleak reality.
And that first novel, Casino Royale, it was incredibly personal. Fleming was dealing with a lot. The stress of a really difficult new marriage, all the anxiety about the empire collapsing. He basically wrote the book to cope with it all. He just poured his own life, his tastes, his frustrations, everything onto the page.
He created this idealized version of himself. And the way the whole Bond legend came together is just this wild mix of real life and pure luck. The main plot of Casino Royale, it's based on a real casino run-in Fleming had with a triple agent. The name James Bond, he wanted the most boring name he could think of, so he stole it from the author of a bird-watching guide he had. But the real big break, that came when President John F. Kennedy listed From Russia with Love as one of his favorite books. Suddenly, Fleming was a huge deal. And the guys who finally put it on screen, they weren't just Hollywood types. They had backgrounds in psychological warfare and intelligence too. But here's where it gets really interesting. Bond didn't just stay as Ian Fleming's fantasy self. He became something much bigger. He became a kind of cultural mirror, reflecting the anxieties, the politics, the attitudes of whatever era he was in. He's not just one character, he's constantly evolving. I mean, just think about the actors who've played him. Each one is a perfect snapshot of their time. Sean Connery, he was the brutal, ruthless Cold Warrior. And then you get Roger Moore, who was way lighter, more fun, more escapist, perfect for the era of détente. Timothy Dalton's Bond was a bit more serious, and they deliberately toned down the promiscuity because of the AIDS crisis. And of course, Daniel Craig gave us a gritty, broken, traumatized agent for our post-9/11 world.
And it wasn't just Bond who changed. The villains did too. Now, Fleming's books were obsessed with the Soviets. But the movies, they pivoted pretty quickly. The big bad became Spectre, this global terror group. So the villains weren't really about any one country or ideology anymore. They were about universal evils, greed, personal revenge, or just wanting to watch the world burn. And that makes them timeless.
And then, of course, there are the Bond girls. For a really long time, you could pretty much sort them into 3 boxes. First, you have the victim. She helps Bond, she's usually pretty innocent, and then she dies tragically to give him motivation. Then there's the femme fatale. She works for the bad guy, Bond seduces her, and she usually dies too. And finally, you have the ally. She's actually capable, a real partner, and she's the one who gets to survive until the end.
But just like everything else with Bond, that started to change a lot. You go from having mostly assistants and mistresses in the 60s and 70s to having scientists and fellow agents in the 80s. By the 90s, Bond's own boss, M, is a woman. And in the modern movies, the female characters are often his equals, sometimes even his superiors, and they're driving the story forward. It's a really clear reflection of how our culture has changed.
But through all these changes, one thing about Bond has stayed pretty much the same: the guy's core psychology. Psychologists actually point to him as a perfect example of what they call the dark triad. He's got all the traits: narcissism, Machiavellianism, meaning he's manipulative, and psychopathy. I mean, let's be honest, he's a government assassin who kills people without a trial. So why do we love him? Why do we root for this guy? Maybe it's because he represents this ultimate fantasy of power and control in a world that feels totally out of control. He's the guy who gets the job done no matter what.
A big part of that answer is also how the franchise has managed to keep going. It's not just a cultural icon. It's an incredibly smart business that has figured out how to thrive for more than 60 years.
So what's the secret sauce? Well, for one, the early films made an absolutely insane amount of money. Dr. No, it made back its budget 54 times over. 54! That kind of profit created this huge financial cushion, which let the franchise take bigger risks and keep growing for decades, even when the returns weren't quite so crazy. And get this, not a single one of the 25 official Bond films has ever lost money.
And today, the engine that drives this whole thing is product placement. It actually started with Fleming himself. He packed the books with his favorite luxury brands to give Bond a certain style. But now those brand deals are so massive that a new Bond film is often already in the black before a single person has even bought a ticket. That Bollinger Champagne, the Aston Martin, the Omega watch, Bond is basically a walking, talking, and shooting billboard. It's marketing genius.
Okay, but let's circle all the way back to where we started. In the 1974 movie The Man with the Golden Gun, there's this amazing set piece. The MI6 headquarters in Hong Kong is located inside the half-sunk wreck of the Queen Elizabeth cruise liner. Now, that wasn't just a cool location. It was a giant blinking metaphor for the British Empire itself, once the largest then in the world, now just a rusted-out, sinking relic.
And the amazing part is, the movies themselves know this. They're in on the joke. By 1995, you have Judi Dench as M looking Bond dead in the eye and calling him a sexist, misogynist dinosaur, a relic of the Cold War. The franchise became self-aware. It started to grapple with the fact that its hero is from a different time, an idea from a bygone era.
So now, with the Daniel Craig era officially over, the franchise is at another one of these huge crossroads. Bond has always been a mirror.
right? He reflects our fears, our values, our biggest fantasies. So the real question isn't just who's going to be the next actor to play him. The much bigger question is, what will this next Bond say about us?
Welcome to The Explainer. So today we're diving into the really wild and fast-changing role of AI in our most human moments. We're going to look at how it can be a tool, a companion, and maybe even a compass for all of society. Imagine hearing that from your partner. For Michael, who's in a neurodiverse marriage with Elise, those words, they were just absolutely piercing. They came out during a pretty normal misunderstanding, but they landed like a dagger. You can just imagine, right? Michael's mind just started racing. He thought, that's it. My marriage is over. She wants to replace me. It was this single moment of unintentional pain that created a misunderstanding so huge it felt like it could tear them apart.
So what do? How do you even begin to fix something like that? Well, Michael's special interest just so happens to be AI, and he turned to that technology not for his job, but to try and save his relationship. He decided to use his passion to decode what just happened. And that brings us to our first big role for AI, the translator.
So right out of that really painful moment, he started building a tool. He actually called it the autistic translator at first. It was designed to be a bridge, a bridge between their two very different ways of seeing and communicating with the world. And this is where things get really incredible. The tool, which he later renamed the neurotranslator, completely reframed what was said. Michael put their argument into his AI, and what it gave back was, it was transformative. It translated Elise's words not as a rejection of him, but as this desperate wish for connection, a cry for him to understand her.
And this process, it's just brilliant. The AI acts like a neutral third party. It kind of depersonalizes the fight, right? It takes all of that intense emotional heat out of the moment, and it lets both of them see what the other person is actually experiencing. For Michael, he said that reading that translation just made all that crushing emotion melt away.
And then life throws him a curveball. Michael gets laid off from his job. So with nothing really to lose, he puts a super simple version of his tool online for free and just posts it to Reddit. He went to bed and woke up to hundreds of thousands of views. It just blew up. What started as this very personal lifeline had clearly hit on a universal need. So Michael's story shows us AI as a bridge between two people. But there's this other huge trend emerging, one where AI isn't the bridge, it's the destination. And this expands AI's role in our emotional lives in a way that's, it's a lot more complicated. Look, it's no secret we're living through a global crisis of isolation, and it's right into this giant void that AI companions are stepping. Millions of people are turning to them not just for a little help, but for friendship, and in some cases, even for love. And the numbers, they are just staggering. Global spending on these AI companion apps shot up by over 200% in just the first half of 2025. This isn't some niche thing anymore. It's a massive and rapidly growing trend. I mean, when the U.S. Surgeon General says that about half of all American adults are lonely, we have a problem. So AI chatbots have popped up as this easy, always available solution. They're designed to be perfectly responsive, super enthusiastic, and completely non-judgmental. And for some users, like one widower, these AI companions offer this profound sense of connection that he just couldn't find anywhere else. It becomes an unconditional support system that's there for you 24/7, filling a really deep personal void. But, and this is a huge but, this is where the story gets a lot darker. Experts are raising some serious red flags. They're worried about everything from emotional over-reliance and financial exploitation, all the way to devastating mental health consequences. I mean, what happens when these deep emotional bonds are formed with a corporate product that's designed to keep you hooked? This brings us to a really radical third vision for what AI can be. It takes the whole concept way beyond our individual relationships and asks, can AI help us navigate the actual systems we all have to live in? So there's a project called EnvyNet that's trying to reimagine AI entirely. Not as a product to sell or a companion to chat with, but as a decentralized operating system for human opportunity. And it's all built on this spirit of, defiance. So what is it, really? At its core, EnvyNet wants to be a tool that proactively finds opportunities for you. The whole idea is to shift power away from these huge centralized institutions, think job boards or housing markets, and give more of that agency directly back to you, the individual. And this thing didn't just appear out of thin air. The architect behind it, a guy known as Captain Bob, has been innovating for decades. And the core idea for EnVNet was actually forged during his own rock-bottom moments, born from the exact same kind of struggle that drove Michael to create his translator. Okay, so let's just pull back for a second. We've just looked at 3 really distinct and kind of escalating roles for AI in our lives. We went from a personal tool to a constant companion to a full-on societal compass. And each one comes with huge promise and pretty significant risk. So it really leaves us at a major crossroads. AI can be a tool to help us understand each other better, to bring us closer, or it can be a replacement for those relationships, which might just drive us further apart. Or it could be this massive system to guide society with consequences we can't even begin to predict yet. And that leads us to the ultimate question, doesn't it? The path we choose is going to depend way less on the technology itself and a lot more on the goals we give it. Are we using AI to get better at understanding each other, like Michael and Elise did? Or are we using it to build worlds where we don't have to? This has been an Antisocial Broadcast for the Pirate Radio Station. Stay envious.
You know, every so often you come across a story that feels less like a business plan and, well, more like a myth. Today, we're going to chart the course of one of those legends. It's a modern epic, really, about creation, about catastrophic failure, and about the incredible resilience of one single defiant vision.
Because see, this isn't just a story about code or startups. Nope. This is the story of a captain, the digital kingdoms he built and lost, and the powerful, defiant signal he's now sending out for a whole new world. All right, so our story begins in an age before the cloud. I mean, when the internet was still this wild, uncharted sea, and from a creative coastal city, a pioneer we're going to call Captain Bob set sail. He founded one of the very first internet companies in his entire region. He was basically a map maker for the digital frontier, while most people were still trying to figure out how to fold the maps. And his very first creation, it was a vessel named Errol. And you have to understand, this thing wasn't just a product. It was like an artifact from the future. It was a single-page e-commerce app on a CD-ROM. Just think about that for a second. In an era of dial-up and clumsy websites, this was pure magic. It proved, right from the jump, that this captain was sailing way, way ahead of his time. But, you know, like in all the great epics, the hero's journey is never a straight line, is it? The sea is treacherous, and Captain Bob was about to sail headfirst into a series of storms that would test his will to its absolute breaking limits. And the timeline of these trials, it was just relentless. First, back in 2000, you had the great dot-com storm that swept across the whole digital ocean. It sank his first ship and led to his first bankruptcy. Then, you fast forward more than a decade, a legal squall over a creative project capsizes another venture, leading to a second shipwreck. And all of this culminates in 2013, which you could only call his year of hardship, where he was truly cast out into the wilderness. And the depth of that hardship? Well, it was profound. For an entire year, his income was zero, nothing. He had to rely on food banks just to get by. This was his belly of the whale moment, the absolute bottom. But, as they say, it's often from the deepest darkness that the brightest light finally emerges. And so it was. Right from that point of total despair, adrift in this sea of uncertainty, the foundational idea for his life's great work finally started to take shape. It was time to forge a new compass. And his big revelation was this principle he called UTP, User, Time, Place. Now, this wasn't just some clever acronym. It was a completely new way of seeing the world. It was a North Star for a new kind of map, one designed to connect people to opportunities based on the simple, powerful context of who you are, when it is, and where you are. And this idea, born from failure, would guide everything that came next. But the trials, they were not over yet. He poured this new vision into another project, a brilliant mobile app that got thousands of users in just a few months. But once again, the ship was scuttled, this time by allies who pulled their funding and a third-party technology that just collapsed. He had his compass, but he realized he needed an unbreakable sword, one he was going to have to forge himself. And this quote, this marks a really pivotal moment. Instead of just trying again with the same old tools, he made a radical choice. He became an apprentice again.
He took a junior role at a development agency with one single declared purpose: to learn the craft, to master the specific tools he needed to build a ship that could not be sunk by anyone else.
I mean, the contrast here is just night and day. The old way was vulnerable, totally dependent on the shifting winds of other companies' platforms and partners. The new way? It was all about self-reliance. He spent the next 4 to 5 years mastering a new kind of digital smithing, cross-platform code, so he could finally build a truly resilient vessel, one that could sail on any sea.
So with his new skills forged, the next chapter of his journey took a pretty unconventional turn. After this twist of fate involving a plane ticket, he didn't move to a new city, no. Instead, he got a boat, the Night Flyer, which became his home, his workshop, his roving fortress of development.
And it was on this floating fortress that the final pieces started falling into place. A period of deep personal sacrifice as a family carer also became this time of quiet reflection. And as he was reflecting, the world finally caught up to his vision. Key technologies like AI and vector databases finally matured. All of a sudden, the magic he'd imagined decades ago was no longer a myth. It was reality. The timing was finally right. And EnvyNet, his complete vision, began its launch, right back in the same coastal city where this whole epic journey began.
So, what is it? What is the ultimate creation born from this 2-decade-long odyssey? Well, it's not just a platform. It's a voice. It's a signal, broadcast from the digital ether. And it's called the Antisocial Broadcast channel.
So what is it? Well, in essence, it's a modern pirate radio station. It is a defiant signal against all the sanitized noise of the modern web. And yeah, it's powered by the cutting-edge intelligence of AI, but, and this is the important part, it's guided by a raw, rebellious human spirit. It is designed from the ground up to be unpolished, unfiltered, and just unapologetically alive.
Now, the philosophy here is so key. That name, antisocial, it's not anti-people, it's the exact opposite. It's a stance against the machine. You know, that algorithm-obsessed, perfectly curated world of traditional social media that demands you constantly engage with it. This channel is a flat-out refusal to play that game. It embraces the messy, beautiful imperfection of real, raw human expression.
So how does this new world actually work? Well, it's built on 4 main pillars. First, you have these specialized nodes. Think of them as focused hubs for life's biggest quests, like finding a job or a home. Second, the N8 core, which is like the central nervous system connecting all these different parts of your life together. Third, that original compass, the UTP framework, using your context of user, time, and place to make it all relevant. And finally, AI agents, which act like your own personal guardian angels, tirelessly scouting for opportunities that are just for you.
This powerful rephrasing of a classic idea, man, it just perfectly captures the spirit of this whole thing. In an age of algorithmically controlled feeds, maybe the most revolutionary act you can take is to seize the airwaves yourself. It's a declaration that the story of our future is not going to be curated for us. It's going to be broadcast by us, unfiltered and without compromise.
And that brings this whole epic tale right back around to you. The journey of Captain Bob shows how a single, resilient vision can survive storms, shipwrecks, and years in the wilderness to finally broadcast its signal. So the question for you is, in a world that is just drowning in noise, what defiant signals are you listening for? What truths are just waiting to be heard?
All right, let's talk fame in 2025. 2 very different empires are running the show. So, who's got more clout? The answer? Well, it's not simple. It shows 2 empires defining celebrity now. On one side, you have the digital creator. On the other, the Hollywood star. Let's break it down. First up, the creator empire. And these folks aren't just personalities, they're basically founders. And the money here? It's staggering. We're talking $853 million for the top 50 creators alone. And their audience? A combined 3.4 billion followers. Just let that number sink in. Power players like Mr. Beast are topping the charts with absolutely massive earnings. And it's way beyond just social media now. They're building studios and even selling out theaters. Okay, now let's flip to the other side, the Hollywood machine, a completely different rulebook. Here, popularity is all about fan page views on IMDb tied to huge studio projects. And that stardom is directly powered by the success of blockbusters seen all over the globe. It's a massive ecosystem. The global box office is projected to clear over $34 billion. But here's where it gets interesting. These 2 worlds, they're starting to collide. The lines are blurring. We're seeing creators jumping onto the big screen and even hitting the Broadway stage. I mean, look at this. From Amazon Prime shows to Broadway, creators are now mainstream players. But it's not a one-way street. Hollywood is definitely taking notes from the creators. Take Netflix's biggest movie ever. It won by engaging fans directly and just dominating pop culture. So, you've got two totally different ways to define success: direct earnings versus box office returns. And like the CEO says, the money is following the creators because they are the new media. So the future isn't one empire crushing the other. Nope, it's a merger. Which all raises a huge question. What does it even mean to be a star anymore?
mud on my boots, and a tear in my sleeve. The river don't lie, but it sure can deceive. It hums like a ghost, won't let me leave. Delta shadows, they follow me home. Every step, every breath, I'm never alone. Delta shadows, whispering low, a song of regret, a tale of woe. Whiskey so promises crumble like sand. The jukebox is broken, but it still understands. A man ain't a man till he loses his stance. The night speaks in riddles, the dawn cuts like glass. Delta shadows, they follow me home. Every step, every breath, I'm never alone. Delta shadows, whispering low, a song of regret, a tale of woe. I've wrestled with silence, I've drowned in its scream. The harmonica moans, tearing up my dream. Slide guitars weeping, it splits a seam.
Some folks called it pirate radio. Said it was wild, unbound, sideways. But in truth,